Good to go? Yeah. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
How are you?
How are you?
Good morning.
Very well, thank you.
If you're happy to make a start, we have a couple of members who are joining us by WebEx or telephone at the moment. So just note that, there might be more voices than you can see in the room at the moment. Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into competition reforms in electronic conveyancing. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land which we are meeting today here. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of the Aboriginal people and their ongoing culture and connection to the land and waters throughout New South Wales. My name is Taylor Martin. I am the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of today's hearings. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence today. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures today. Gentlemen, thank you for making your time this morning to give evidence. Would you mind stating your name and position title, one after the other, and swearing either the oath or affirmation that's been provided? Mr. Sweeney, if you want to start.
No problems. Warwick Sweeney, Chief Technology Officer at Integral Technology Solutions. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Professor Swinson.
Yes, I'm John Swinson. I'm a Professor of Law at the University of Queensland. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, and I'd hope you have an opening statement to make to get us started.
We do not have a formal opening statement other than to say Warwick and I worked for ARNEC on the functional requirements review, and we issued a report to ARNEC that they published. Our report was dated 30 November 2025, and we provided a copy of that, or ARNEC has provided a copy of that to the committee.
Yes, thank you. It's very
very
comprehensive.
Good, thank you. And we're here at the committee's disposal to answer any questions you have about the review and the report.
All right, thank you very much, and we appreciate that. Well, I might open for questions in that case and see if anyone in particular would like to kick us off.
I'm happy
Mr. Feng?
Start. Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the review, obviously the Parliament has made its position known about the idea of competition in the field. There's, from one of the proponents in the space, an issue in relation to security. What's your view around the ability for the sector to be able to coordinate and rationalise the digital issues that have been put up that are stopping this rollout of competition in the field? It's a very broad, open question, but it just gives you an opportunity to provide an overview. That's sort of effectively, I was trying to word it. Maybe I should have just said that. Give us an overview of what your report says.
No worries. I'll go first, if that's okay. Thanks for the question, Mr. Fang. What we have endeavoured to do in the report is certainly not to shy away from the complexity that you've mentioned in this space. And we wanted to highlight that these sorts of initiatives, the interoperability of what are inherently complex systems is in itself very complex. And so the process of achieving that needs to be well thought through, well designed, and the implementation of that well governed. In relation to the specifics around security, we weren't in a position to make an assessment of the inherent security and insecurity of either platforms we reviewed as part of our review, but we have made some key recommendations, I think, around how design and governance and the technical implementation of this sort of integration would be done in order to enhance that and to make it as secure as it could possibly be. I don't see any reason why an integrated solution would be any less secure than the individuals platforms operating in their own right.
Yeah. Just in relation, I guess, to the fact that despite the Parliament's view that we should have competition in the field, we haven't yet achieved it. Do you think that the barriers to allowing competition are confected, or do you believe that there are actual barriers that are going to require work to overcome? Can we just say, let's get on with it and start implementing penalties for those entities that are blocking competitiveness in the sector?
I don't have a view on the issue of penalties. My sort of area is the technical impediments to achieving this. So I'll make a comment on that. And John, you may or may not have something to add. There are definitely barriers to achieving full interoperability, Mr. Fang. There's no question about that. Those barriers exist in the complexity of doing it. And as I said, we haven't shied away from the report. What we've tried to do, and you'll note as one of our primary recommendations, provide a viable path to achieving it. So we believe there is a viable path to achieving that level of interoperability that will support competition and competition reform, but that's not to diminish the complexity in achieving that. The pathway we've recommended is a pathway that is a phased approach that endeavours to deal with that complexity in a way that's manageable, that will deliver earlier outcomes and value from competition, while enabling the industry to deal with some of the technical complexity and potentially regulatory complexity, I guess, that goes with these types of complex initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with Warwick. It is a complicated project. I think way more complicated than anyone thought about. It's not impossible. It's just complex, and it's got levels of complexity that people didn't anticipate at the beginning. I think the best analogy I could come up with, it would be like trying to merge rugby league and rugby union. You could do it, but if you had one team playing rugby league and the other team playing rugby union in the same game, and you didn't know what the other team's rules were, it's going to be a mess. And so there's a lot of things to sort out with to allow a rugby league team and a rugby union team to play against each other. And it sounds somewhat simple, but if you look at the whole, there's the governance of the competition, how you run the grand final, how you run a particular game. There's levels of complexity there. You can't just say both play against each other with different rules.
That's a great analogy.
I was actually going to say, using that analogy, I guess what I would suggest, and this is one of the criticisms that I've had, is that we'll call PEXA, say, rugby league. Rugby league has the networks that pay a broadcasting fee, and we'll call the networks the banks. Now, the networks tell rugby league when they would like their games played, and that's typically to increase the value. That's what they do. Now, if we want to integrate rugby union to rugby league, but we've got the networks saying to rugby league that we want you to play X, Y, and Z times, and rugby union doesn't necessarily traditionally play that way, you've then got the issue of the networks being involved. This is effectively what we've got here, because we've now got the banks. Now, you talked about the issue with the complexity of the system. How much of that complexity has been brought about by the involvement of the banks, noting that one of those banks is a 25% shareholder in the entity we'll call rugby league?
We were fortunate enough, thanks again, Mr. Fang, for the question. We were fortunate enough to be able to spend some quality time with each of the four major financial institutions as part of this review, and they were very open with their time and their input into the process. Some of that we can share and some of that we can't. What we found as part of that process is that there's been a significant amount of investment both by PEXA and the banks in ensuring that those systems work together, and the banks have varying degrees of complexity in their integration with PEXA. And those issues require further analysis. So in the time we had, we weren't able to really drill into the very fine level of detail that's required to understand the true impact or the true potential impact on the financial institutions as part of doing this. But we did find things that would need to be addressed as part of any integrated environment. That's just probably a given. I don't think there would be any surprise in that. Most of the complexity, though, certainly in the phased approach. So again, we've suggested a phased approach, and the PRAC first model from simply being the interim mechanism to achieve that. Most of the complexity associated with changes to the financial institution integrations would not be, in our assessment, an upfront issue in that model, in that approach. That, again, contingent on being able to have much more detailed conversations with the banks. And we did actually make as one of our core points about the next steps and critical success factors in this process, engaging the financial institutions in a more detailed design conversation to assess that. To this point, our understanding is that the design conversations and thinking has been largely done independent of bank input, and so there is a lot of value to be had from more detailed conversations with each of the financial institutions to understand at a more detailed level those impacts or potential impacts, the nature of integrations, but also to give them confidence about the design and the approach to achieving interoperability, and to align their plans and purposes for their systems and the integrations they're doing with the roadmap to interoperability. We see that's a pretty important step.
And Mr. Fang, if I can just provide a comment as well. I think the bank's primary motivation of integrating well with PEXA is to reduce their costs and to have greater on-time or on-day settlement. I don't think the reasons that they're integrating with PEXA is to try to make it harder for Simply. It's just that there was no evidence of that. We spoke to four major banks, and the story we got was consistent, whether they were a shareholder or not. So I think it's to save them money, not to.
I will preface the question that I asked by saying I didn't suggest that was the case at all. Rather, it was one of the criticisms that I had, that the system has become so complex because of that those integration aspects with the banks, that it's become a bigger project, as you said in your opening statement, than anybody had expected it would be. So that was the reason for the question. It sounds like there aren't that many barriers to the staged approach as you've suggested, and so with that, Chair, I'm happy to pass over, and I've got some more questions later, but I'm happy to proceed.
Thank you. And just on that last answer given, I take it's not about there being some nefarious conspiracy, rather, but where we are now, all players are happy that the current system is much better than the old antiquated system. We're all talking about how to have interoperability and more outfits providing the service. Is it in a bank's interest to have their IT department and other departments within the other banks then revisit their systems now that they're working just fine in their view? I mean, there would have to be some kind of investment, whether it's just in staff time alone, in software and hardware and other things, to then incorporate other providers, Simply being one. There are others that have tried and failed and left the market. From a bank's perspective, it doesn't have to be about a conspiracy or nefarious drivers. They could just say, we're happy with the system as it is. We don't have any budget to revisit software just because the government or the parliament or the ACCC or ARNEC or anyone else is really suggesting that they revisit their systems. Does that make sense? I mean, it's not in their interest to expend any more of their own resources in changing a system that gives no tangible benefit for them.
If it gave no tangible benefit, I agree with you. Why would you change from something unless there is a tangible benefit? And I think the cost-benefit analysis was looking at that aspect. There might be a short-term cost, but a longer-term benefit, and that's something Warwick and I aren't experts on the cost-benefit.
All right, fair enough. I just might switch across to the government side, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And look, I just wanted to find out really whether you think functional equivalence is going to result in any degradation of the service, either to banks at one end or to the solicitors who are customers at the other. I mean, really what I'm asking is it possible to obtain some sort of functional equivalence without moving to a lowest common denominator so that everyone knows what they're competing on?
Thanks, Mr. Murphy. I'll go again first, John, if you like, and you can add to it. The question of functional equivalence is a pretty vexed one, to be honest. And one of the things that we found through our review is that the interpretation or understanding of Model Operating Rule 577B in particular, which deals with the concept of functional equivalence, is at best ambiguous and taken to mean a whole range of things. And we made the point in our report that varies from providing a level of equivalence in core functions of the lodgement and settlement processes right through to mandating equivalence in all aspects of the LNO and standardising all of those functions to the degree that if there's a non-standardised function in one or the other LNO, it has to be switched off. And so there's this tension, I think, that exists between what functional equivalence is trying to achieve as a direction and the very opportunities for innovation and competition in an interoperable environment. The more we standardise to achieve functional equivalence, the less opportunity there is for innovation and competition. So the two objectives in that sense, and we made this point in our report, are somewhat at odds with each other. The path through that we suggested was a pragmatic understanding or definition of functional equivalence which deals with the core aspects of lodgement and settlement in the e-conveyancing process, providing a consistent experience for subscribers regardless of their platform through those parts of the process, and then enabling opportunities for innovation and competition around the edges of that, which means that each individual elm would be able to implement functionality that benefits their subscribers, but may not be available and likely not available on all participants in that interoperable workspace. That does potentially have challenges for user experience where subscribers may currently be using an LNO-specific function that may not be standardised and available in interoperable workspace, and at that point you would end up with a degradation user experience. But how that functional equivalence model operating rule is framed and defined is really critical to ensuring interoperability is achieved in a standardised way while supporting the opportunities for LNOs to innovate.
Yeah.
Long answer, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But what you're saying in effect is that really it's going to mean that some of those services will have to be turned off, in effect, to achieve that standardised platform where people can compete. They know what they're competing against.
Not necessarily turned off, but they may not be operating the same way in an interoperable workspace if the standardised components of that workspace don't support the transfer of data that's required for that function to continue. Now, that's the level of detail in the functional requirements review that we did didn't go to that point, but conceptually you could see if PEXA has developed functions that subscribers on the PEXA platform, or it could operate the other way, are using that are in support of achieving a good settlement outcome, but not a core function to completing the settlement process. you could see that function may be somewhat diminished in an interoperable workspace if the other element didn't support it.
Are you able to just give us a few examples of what sorts of functionalities you're talking about there?
We do need to be a little bit careful because we do have NDA restrictions on us. IP restrictions. There are elements of both the Simply and PEXA platforms that have been implemented to enhance their user experience and to help subscribers on their platforms achieve a greater level of settlement efficiency. Now, that may be things like data sets, it may be other pieces of novel functionality. John uses a very, a simple metaphor of Tetris as again, another meaningless thing that might be implemented on a platform to provide to subscribers that sits outside the core of the settlement and lodgement flow and the core interactions with the registries. We found that the types of unique things that exist on the current platforms that may not be readily standardised due to IP claims or restrictions are supporting functions and support the efficiency of the overall process and do provide benefits to subscribers as a result. And there would be potentially an issue there if those functions can't be reproduced across the network.
I can give an analogy if it would help.
Please.
I'll move on from football. Let's assume PEXA is a car manufacturer and they've got a new car and they've got IP in the windscreen wipers. And so they've got a novel way of doing the windscreen wipers. They don't have protection on the whole car, but they've got one. And we could debate whether windscreen wipers are important or not. If you're from Brisbane, it doesn't rain up here, so you don't need windscreen wipers. But if you're from Melbourne, where it rains all the time, it's a more important feature. You don't need it every day. There are ways to clean your windows if it's raining other than windscreen wipers. You could decide to build a cover over all the roads, and so therefore you don't need windscreen wipers because the roads won't get wet. That would be a very expensive way to solve a problem. You might be able to put truck windscreen wipers on a car, which wouldn't be using PEXA's IP. But there's an issue that, is that feature important? It will be important to some people at some occasions.
Mm. Well, that's a real metaphor. I think Ford came up with the intermittent windscreen wipers, and then everyone else wanted to reverse engineer them. I think.
Yeah, thanks. I just had one last follow-up question, which is, given that the way you've explained that, it's really, as you said, going to stifle innovation because everyone's locked into providing that same minimum standard. But I was wondering also, what sort of effect is it likely to have on competition, potentially, where if people have a particular feature that they like, which they're getting now through a company like PEXA, and then aren't they just going to keep using it and keep using PEXA because of that functionality that they like? So putting all of this in place may not actually change the competition framework at all, or the market share, if that's what's driving people to use a particular company.
And the question comes, what happens if there's an interoperable transaction where that customer likes PEXA and stays with PEXA, but someone else is with Simply, and that feature won't work in an interoperable transaction? So you might stay with PEXA, but this feature you like just stops working in certain circumstances. That's really functional equivalence. And that's a problem. It's a problem for the customers that don't want to change, and it's a problem for the customers that are on Simply. It just doesn't work well together.
But what's difficult for us, for the purposes of our inquiry, is we keep hearing about functionality, and no one's able to tell us what the functionality is that people may be missing out on, or to be frank, that they may be paying for but not using, which is the scenario we're in today, is that everybody's paying for the Rolls-Royce service that PEXA delivers. Well, that's great. If you're a property developer that wants to do a whole building block in one transaction one day, good on you. That's great functionality. That's really the only functionality that I can recall that we've talked about. But then we just talk in riddles, this black box about functionality. So
It'd be good to drill down into exactly what
yeah,
that means.
I appreciate there's NDAs and there's IP concerns, but
Can I give an
please,
example?
Please. Yeah.
I think the easiest one to understand, and so this would be the windscreen wiper equivalent for PEXA, is linked settlements.
Yeah.
It's not a secret that PEXA does linked settlements and claimed IP on that. How PEXA does linked settlements and how Simply does linked settlements
It's different. Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
It's the same result. Like if I said, how would I get from Parliament House to the airport? You might go a different way, but we'd still get there, both get to the airport. When you try to merge linked settlements, it's like merging rugby league and rugby union, because you've got, if you can imagine a linked settlement where one transaction is totally on Simply, the next transaction is totally on PEXA, and the third transaction linked is interoperable, that becomes a very complicated problem to solve. I don't think it's unsolvable, but if to solve it, someone has to change. So either PEXA has to change, or Simply has to change, or they both have to change, because it doesn't work well together. So that's I think the key example I would use.
All right. Thank you, Professor.
Also, Abigail's hand up before me, so. But
Are you right? Because you were here first.
We've just concluded for now with government questions. I'm happy to go to our resident Greens member, Abigail Boyd.
I don't actually reside here, but
Well, you're on it for the purposes of this inquiry.
thank you. I will just leap in then. So, firstly, good morning. When I looked at the cost-benefit analysis, my read was that especially option, I think 1, 6 and 7 were viewed as being having a benefit above the status quo. And the recommendation then was that we needed to do something other than the status quo. Is that reading correct? That it does make sense to move to something other than what we have now?
That cost-benefit report was done by Nous, and Warwick and I are not experts when it comes to cost-benefit. So I couldn't, in fact, I have not read the Nous report.
Okay, I recommend you do. But I think the option 1 was the preferred option, which was this direct connection. So effectively what Simply is trying to advocate for, with option 6 being a kind of stepping stone to that, with that following afterwards. And then option 7 was pretty, I guess, more stringent regulation of PEXA, which might not make it as profitable for PEXA. But that was all based against the status quo. And so I thought that was quite a clear bit of evidence, I guess, in favour of we need to do some form of interoperability. Would you agree with that, or you can't because you haven't read the analysis?
I think I can speak generally that something needs to be done. Exactly what it is can be debated, but at the moment it's not working efficiently as it should from a point of innovation and competition.
Yes. So then if we go to your interim review or your interim statement, it appeared to me, reading between the lines, that there was quite a strong focus on the banks as needing to be brought more on board. And I think the chair talked about this when he was saying, it's not about being nefarious or having some sort of ill intent. It's about profitability and efficiency. When the banks were first involved with PEXA in building a system, they were financially incentivised to do that. But that financial incentive to then expand that across to other ELNO seems to be not there. And so you would perhaps require some intervention from a regulator or government to make them sort of play ball, I guess, to come back to your analogy. Would you say that was correct? And what is it that you think needs to happen for the banks to want to invest their resources to make this happen?
I think if there is a change, the banks should be part of community who's involved in the discussion of what the change is. It's no point in doing change that alienates or does not help all the stakeholders, and the bank are key stakeholders, not the only stakeholder. So I think not having the banks involved in the design process up until now probably wasn't helpful.
Okay, so it was
So
to
that-
do with the process as well. That's interesting.
Yeah. But and I think the report is clear in saying one of the lessons is to get all the stakeholders at the table in designing the new process, whatever that happens to be.
Okay.
If there is going to be change.
Just a final question from me then. I was listening to your analogy about the different sporting codes. I'm not into either of those, so apologies, I don't know the the terminology. But I mean, clearly, if one of those teams doesn't, if you've been playing one code your entire life, and you're quite happy doing that, and the players don't really want to change, that's going to make it difficult as well. Do you think that there is, and I'm going to be clear about it, the allegations are that PEXA has no incentive to want interoperability. They're quite happy as they are. Do you think that PEXA has been playing ball during this process so far?
I think it's very clear that PEXA doesn't want interoperability. They've said that directly. I think they say it's a bad idea. Talking to the PEXA engineers, and we spoke to some of the engineers who've been there for since the start. They're very proud of the system that they've built from an engineering point of view. And so having someone come in and say, you need to change it for this reason in a way that they think is engineeringly inefficient or not as good as what they've got, it's a little bit of, I think, pride and entrenchment. I'm talking about the engineers, not the people at the top of the tree, the people who are actually building the system day to day. They're very proud of what they've done. And so having someone force change upon it, I think they find that difficult.
That sounds very human.
Going on your, league versus union. It is a level playing field though, so they've both come to the same field. I was just wondering, so if it might have been better if you'd said one was playing rugby union and the other was playing cricket, because then it is two completely different sports. But with league and union, they are adaptable, and so I'm wondering whether you support the implementation of, say, practitioner first as the recommended next step.
Warwick?
Sorry, John. We did support that as the logical path to achieving interoperability. Thank you for the question. I think it's they're part of the challenge that has created the lack of progress in this space is, I think everyone's identified is the complexity that's involved in the overall solution. To this point, the lack of engagement of all stakeholders and integrated parties, so the financial institutions and their involvement in the process. And then, the potential impact on some elements of the process that may lead to compromise in either user experience or on-time settlements. We've spent across the review, we spent a good deal of time looking at Prac First and what it proposes as an approach. We think that is a sensible interim step to full interoperability, but it should not be the final state. And it does address many of the potential concerns around changes to financial institution systems. But again, with the caveat, until we see all of the detail around those integrations, we don't really know the impact even of Prac First.
And I think more work still needs to be done. It's not something that could be switched on overnight. I think in our report we said 12 to 18 months time frame around about that. there are still issues such as linked settlements are still going to be an issue in prac first, and that need to be solved. So it's not just a simple, we can turn it on now in our view.
So in your report that you've said that they're solvable, how big an issue would it be to solve the issues?
For prac first?
Yes, prac first.
Look, compared to all the other models, prac first is the easiest one to get off the ground. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's the easiest of the models that have been proposed for change. So, and I think we said 12 to 18 months of work to do it. So we're not saying we think it's not feasible from a technical point of view. There is potential that there might be loss of functionality to certain players, but that work still needs to be done.
How important do you think that functionality is to end users that might be lost?
I think the one area is linked settlements, where work needs to be done to see how that would play out. We've got PEXA's IP claim there. Linked settlements are important in the sense that I think, and you can confirm this with the banks and with the LNOs, that I think a third of the transactions today are linked settlements, around about that number. So that to me seems to be something that would be worth focusing on, how to do that, because if linked settlements don't work, I think there'll be lots of unhappy people.
Okay.
And maybe, when Warwick and I were talking about it, there are different ways to try to solve these kind of problems. You could say, okay, everyone just has to move to the PEXA way, and PEXA gets compensation for that. Everyone has to move to the Simply way of doing that, and then what does that mean to PEXA? We have an independent person come up with a new way to do it, so both Simply and PEXA have to move, but they have to do it the same. You can't have it being done differently in a linked settlement. It just doesn't work.
Mr. Banasiak.
Thanks, Chair. You said in your submission to the Senate committee that interoperability would reduce barriers to entry and expansion and promote competition, but the report that you have now presented to us says that the implantation of IOP is not a guarantee of competition, and similarly, the report also says most IOP models will essentially lock into players, so make an insurmountable barrier to entry for new players. So what I'm reading from that is, and to use a non-sporting analogy, if we are successful in doing this interoperability, all we're creating is the Coles and Woolies of e-conveyancing, and we're going from a monopoly to a duopoly, and we know how well the Coles and Woolies have served, the duopoly has served the consumer. So I guess the question, is it worth all this effort and expenditure and risk just to create a duopoly, which then causes consumers headaches down the track?
Just to clarify there, we didn't provide a submission to the inquiry, so I just want to make sure there's no confusion about that. The only thing that we're produced at this point is our report. So
okay, well, your report says that
inconsistent.
the IOP will lock basically people into a similar, players into a similar position, and that'll stop anyone else new coming in. So essentially going from monopoly to a duopoly. So creating a Coles and Woolies of e-conveyancing. How does that benefit the consumer?
We spent a fair bit of time thinking through this, and what we've actually done. So we've endeavoured to define a model that enables moving away from that duopoly. So the report doesn't indicate that this approach would lock us into a duopoly. Part of the reason for making the point that a prac first style of implementation would be an interim step is to ensure that beyond that we got to something that supported more than two LNOs. And there's a section in the report that deals with the implementation approach, and you'll note in there that we've provided a statement about the current approach to interoperability being not feasible for more than 2 LNOs, and that is correct. There's very good technical reasons why taking a direct connect approach becomes untenable when you've got more than 2 systems trying to talk to each other. It becomes exponentially more difficult when you have 3 systems trying to talk to each other and 4 systems trying to talk to each other. So what we've recommended to move away from that constraint and to support a much more open, full interoperable environment is moving towards the Model 4 inter-LNO ESB style architecture with a centralised interoperability layer. And the technical things that provides means that it's much, much simpler to introduce additional LNOs in the future. And it's kind of similar to a hub and spoke model, where instead of all of the LNOs having to talk to each other, they only have to integrate with a central integration point. And so that would facilitate moving beyond the duopoly in that final target state that we've described. Concerns about a duopoly only exist with direct connect models.
Yeah, and so I think we're saying we agree with you, a duopoly is not a good idea. The current program is heading towards a duopoly. Prac First is heading towards a duopoly. So if we do practitioner first, there has to be something after that. Otherwise, we will end up with a duopoly, and that's not competition.
No, this might not be a question you can answer, but if you go to that hub and spoke model you were referring to, well, what guarantees are there that other players will still be able to enter the market from a business feasibility point of view if you've got those 2 players already soaking up the market share?
Yeah, that's a good question.
No answer though. Maybe something for the economists.
Technically, it's feasible, but we couldn't make a call on the business feasibility of that.
All right. Are there any follow-up questions from our members? No? That being the case, thank you very much for making your time to be with us today. I don't believe any questions were taken on notice, but if there are reason for any questions on notice, the Secretariat will be in touch. Thank you again.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning.
Welcome to the second hearing of today's of the committee's inquiry into competition reforms. If I can just get you each to state your names and position titles, beginning from your left and taking either the oath or affirmation.
So I start.
Yeah.
James Andre. I'm appearing as a private citizen in my personal capacity. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Doctor?
Rob Nichols from the University of Sydney, appearing in a private capacity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And did either or both of you have an opening statement that you'd like to give this morning?
We do.
Beautiful. Thank you. If you'd like to start.
Sure. Chair, honourable members, the reason that I'm giving evidence today is that I've spent much of my career in technology regulation, competition law and digital markets. This includes as an advisor, a regulator, and as an academic, currently at the University of Sydney. My research focuses on digital platform regulation and competitive market structures. My practical experience includes serving as the independent telecommunications adjudicator. That was a job which involved resolving network access disputes. These are the foundations of technical interoperability. I was an ACCC General Manager regulating telecommunications competition and interconnection requirements. I've previously been an advisor to the regulated at both Gilbert and Tobin and Webb Henderson. In 2019, so it's nearly 7 years ago, I served as the independent chair of both technical and regulatory groups, examining e-conveyancing interoperability under the then New South Wales Registrar General. That group brought together stakeholders from banks to conveyancers, state revenue to the Reserve Bank, the ACCC to IPART. That is, 7 years ago we had a convening of all of the stakeholders. Without interoperability, competition is impossible. PEXA's 90% market dominance isn't a natural monopoly. In my view, it's a regulatory failure. It's institutionalised monopoly pricing reflected in very large EBITDA margins. It also means barriers blocking viable competitors. The effect of interoperability is competition. Competition leads to improved pricing and service. It's also an area which is ripe for competition and the associated productivity benefits. I think it's worth quoting George Stigler on this. Competition is a hardy weed, not a delicate flower. Competition will flourish if it's permitted. The benefits of competition cannot flow if it's prohibited. The stakes are the same as they always are when interconnection or interoperability are required. You either deliver that interoperability or entrench monopoly rents. Australians have long collective experience in leading network regulation. This includes knowing that network effects become anti-competitive weapons without regulatory intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. Let me start by saying that I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee. I'm an economist with over 25 years' experience working across many regulated industries, most notably telecommunications and transport. My experience includes advising regulated firms, government and regulated agencies about when to regulate as well as how to regulate. And that also includes when not to regulate. I have done a lot of work with on access regulation and competition regulation more generally. The e-conveyancing industry displays strong evidence of market failure. Both the ACCC and the New South Wales Productivity and Equality Commission have both raised concerns about this market failure. The fact that there is at least one credible market entrant suggests that this market failure is not due to natural monopoly. Rather, it is because of a lack of interoperability. ARNEC's inability to deliver interoperability over the last 5 years is a reflection of the fact that it was not established nor properly resourced to oversee the development of interoperability and the associated technical standards needed to drive improved competition outcomes. As I have done previously and consistently over recent years, I would like to emphasise the importance of promoting competition via the development of mandated interoperability. I also wish to emphasise that time is of the essence. Every day without interoperability benefits the monopolist and the incumbent at the expense of consumers and the new entrants. We have already seen one potential new entrant, which is LexTech, leave the market. We must not risk simply doing the same.
All right, might open for questions. Salgar Boyd.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and giving us the benefit of your experience. As you've said, both of you have experience with other systems that have experienced issues of interoperability. In my past life, I had a lot to do with securities trading and stock trading systems and the way that they talked to each other. And interoperability, although complex, is completely achievable in most areas. What do you think is stopping interoperability from happening in e-conveyancing?
The trite answer is an entrenched incumbent, and arguably that's the same in almost all areas. I've acted for entrenched incumbents as well as for new entrants. The best thing to do if you're the incumbent, you may well have had that experience with ASX as an entity without competitors, is to delay. Oh, it's technically very difficult. Oh, I've got some intellectual property that I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I've got it and you can't create interoperability. Actually, there's an issue. If we only have one competitor, what's the point? And all of those issues tend to lead to delay when actually, as you've heard this morning, as we showed 6 years ago, getting to interoperability is technically feasible. Getting to interoperability in a staged process, which might have a managed duopoly for a short while before going to full competition, is perfectly feasible. You mentioned the securities sector. The banks were able to deal with the consumer data right, which is essentially an interoperability system based on application programming interfaces. It was going to be terrible, terrible, terrible until, yeah, well, we've done it now. This is a normal thing in networked industries to say, no, we don't want to network with others unless we're forced to, and no, it's technically infeasible until we're forced to, and then, yeah, we do it. And perhaps that's also, I'm sorry to take so long, but it's also reflected in the way the Digital Markets Act works in the European Union, where mandated interoperability with very large online platforms is feasible in the EU, but still almost impossible in Australia.
Sorry, did you want to answer before I had another question?
Look, I agree with everything Dr. Nichols said. I'd like to add, though, that while ARNEC has been doing the best job that it can, it is not a competition regulator. It's a committee of registrar generals. They have not been set up to be a regulator, a competition regulator, an enforcement body, in order to drive through a competitive new market structure. So I think that there's a question, and I don't mean to criticise ARNEC. As I said, they've done the best job that they can, but we need to ask ourselves the question: do we have the right regulator driving this market towards a competitive market structure? And I don't think we've had that today, and I think that's also part of the problem.
So a few years back, the then coalition government put up a bill that gave our registrar powers to fine people who weren't, primarily PEXA really, but potentially anyone who wasn't participating properly in the interoperability development process. And when I looked at that bill, I put forward amendments because the fines I thought were insufficient to actually properly incentivise a business that was benefiting so much from a monopoly to take the action required. So ended up upping those fines by 10 times. And I thought, great, this is going to actually give us the power to properly incentivise PEXA, who would otherwise act like any other incumbent would in order to try and protect itself. Are you aware of that change, that legislative change that went through a few years back? And what is your view on it not being used, I guess, by our registrar?
I think there is an issue which if it would be feasible for the Registrar General in New South Wales to use that legislation, but it's what we run into is a federation issue, and James was sort of alluding to it. It's hard for ARNEC to be a regulator when it's a collection of states, registrars generals agreeing on positions. So if the Registrar General in New South Wales used that legislation, would it have an effect? Might have something of an effect in New South Wales, but it wouldn't have an effect nationally. So the potential risk is that PEXA then says, all right, well, those fines have gone up. I'm sorry, IPART, our cost base has gone up in New South Wales. We're going to have to raise charges for conveyancing services in New South Wales to reflect an increased cost base.
Right.
Now, I'm clearly saying many businesses regard even big fines as a cost of doing business, or big pecuniary penalties. But I think the fundamental issue is, how do you make this work at a national basis when very clearly property is a state's issue rather than a federal issue?
Yeah. So we need that coordination with the states. And are you saying we need then for ARNEC to have a different set of powers, or do we need something completely different to ARNEC?
In my view, one approach would be for ARNEC and the states to refer a very narrow range of powers to the ACCC, so that you can have a national enforcement. Now, another way would be to have proper uniform national law, and where does that work? Well, consumer law. So the Australian consumer law, it's Schedule 2 to the Competition and Consumer Act. That's a Commonwealth piece of legislation, but consumer law in every state and territory is identical to the ACL at a Commonwealth level, and you can get to, I guess, fair trading. New South Wales Fair Trading does a fabulous job with consumer rights, which are purely New South Wales. If it's something that's cross-border, the ACCC gets involved. So there are potential parallels that would do this without substantially giving up on states' rights, which is always a key problem of when there's a federation issue involved.
Can I add to what Rob said? It's one thing to give ARNEC those powers. It's another thing to resource them to be able to use them. When you look at the most effective regulators across the country, they are well resourced. They have dedicated, knowledge, enforcement people, and to be fair to ARNEC just wasn't set up for that purpose, and it's not resourced for that purpose either. So while I think giving those powers to ARNEC and the New South Wales Registrar General was a good thing and well intended, I think, I agree with Rob, and this was a recommendation that was made by the New South Wales Productivity and Equality Commission, that there may be merit in ARNEC referring some of their powers to a body like the ACCC, and they are, the preeminent competition and enforcement regulator in the country, and they are well set up to be, to be dealing with these issues.
And if I can add to that, and well set up to say to Treasury, that's a new policy proposal, that will require X million dollars for that enforcement, and Treasury, Commonwealth Treasury responding accordingly. So they reinforce their funding to when they're given new powers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nichols, I wrote about your opening statement. It was concise and eloquent, and I think it's probably the most concise and eloquent opening statement I've heard in my time in Parliament, so well done.
Thank you.
Not to dismiss.
No, I'm always learning off Rob.
No.
No, I think it's in the context of other inquiries and other.
So my question is, at the last hearing where we had this matter arise, I suggested that, and I give credit to Ms Abigail Boyd for her work in relation to the amendments to the bill which increased the penalties tenfold, and I think that was good. But there is another mechanism within the legislation which says that should the PEXA, for example, not play ball, using a term that we've been using previously, that the Registrar General can effectively pull their licence to effectively be a conveyancing option. Where penalties are, as you said, the cost of doing business potentially, even at a tenfold increase as to what was proposed originally, do we need to implement something as drastic as recommending the Registrar General pull the licence from PEXA to ensure that we get everybody on the same page and playing ball?
I think there's two parts to that. So, thank you for the question, because I think it's a heart of an enforcement issue. If as a regulator your ultimate penalty is to withdraw a licence to operate, that sounds really great. We've got this, we can do it. Except who would you affect? Well, anybody who's buying a house, selling a house, all of the conveyancers, all of the solicitors, the banks, the impact would be felt disproportionately on others. So I think that perhaps looking at the way that other regulators deal with this is, I'll give an example only because I'm familiar with it. So the ACMA can say, we have reason to believe that a carrier is in breach of its licence conditions. The effect of that breach is not only financial penalties, but the risk to the licence. Typically, in that environment, they would seek two things. One is an infringement notice, so you pay a penalty which is a few $1,000s, typically $11,000 or $66,000.
A peppercorn penalty effect.
Yeah, it is very small, but you, at the same time, in order to assure the regulator that you're taking this seriously, give a court enforceable undertaking that you will do certain things. And associated with that, and the reason I know something about this, is appoint an independent auditor to audit that you are doing the things that you've promised the regulator you will do. And so in the case of carriers and the ACMA, the financial parts are relatively small, but the joy at a Commonwealth level of enforceable undertakings from a regulator's perspective, and having been a regulator, I've seen this, is, okay, so if you don't do what you say in an enforceable undertaking, the first thing that the regulator does is not rush off to court to get specific enforcement, to get the contract enforced, so it's specific performance. They go off to court and say, that business engaged in misleading and deceptive conduct by giving us an undertaking which is inappropriate. Second breach, and the ACCC has done this with Ultratune, ASIC has done it with others, just to say, that was a court enforceable undertaking. CEO, you're responsible for this. You're in contempt of court, and will be seeking both penalties and potentially prison time for the CEO for those breaches. Which all sounds really great, but that's built into the legislative framework for the regulator. And as James has pointed out, ARNEC isn't an enforcement regulator, and consequently it doesn't have those powers to accept court enforceable undertakings. It doesn't have the power to impose infringement notices, and therefore cannot actually go through this type of approach, which the ACMA, ASIC, ACCC
All have the power to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And indeed, the Safety Commissioner in the last year's changes to the Online Safety Act.
Can I just add to Rob, having advised telecommunications carriers and having worked for them, I've had to negotiate those court enforceable undertakings. I've had to implement them, and I've been responsible for complying with them. They are a very effective tool. They do make senior management sit up and pay attention.
Yeah.
They are taken very seriously by corporates.
So, noting that structure, had the regulator had it available to them, would potentially have been something that would have assisted in perhaps alleviating some of these matters, and something that we might look at in the future and might make up part of a recommendation that this committee might look at. It's actually not on the table at the moment for us, is it? It's not something that can be implemented. We've only got, in effect, 2 levers. The powers that be only have 2 levers under the legislation at the moment: fine, pool licence. So where we are at the moment, where the levers that are available to government are few, and the continued frustration of the sector being able to have the competition that the Parliament determined it should have is continued, and fines aren't probably going to be effective. The only real lever we have is to pull the licence from PEXA. Appreciating that it would create short-term pain, do you think that there would be long-term gain if we did that?
I actually think that it would be more appropriate to ensure that the licence conditions gave the outcomes that we actually want. So we want competition, and if that competition, which has to flows through interoperability, rather than an immediate yank, it's if you don't implement it, we will have no alternative but to yank your licence in whatever a reasonable time is, 12 months, 15 months, to get to practitioner.
2 weeks.
I think you'd probably need to
I don't know.
notice.
I'm getting very tired of listening to excuses as to why these things can't happen when the Parliament has made it quite clear that it should. I just wonder how, at what point do we hit the nuclear button, understanding that, as you've said, there will be a lot of people disrupted, but at some point it seems that the only thing that is going to resolve this is we give up or we hit the nuclear button. If we hit the nuclear button, do you think that ultimately we will be better off long term?
I think that there is a risk in pulling what would be a single state withdrawal in a national market. There is a risk that won't have the effect that's desired. I think potentially I might think about doing it another way round, but I'm extemporising here. But I would consider leaving ARNEC first. So you have ARNEXit, and then that puts, sadly not mine, that was a previous Minister for Services term, that would then create for PEXA the dilemma of, just a minute, now New South Wales, if they press the nuclear button, they're serious because they're not actually relying on what's going on with other registrars general. So I think I'd just approach it in a slightly different form.
Thank you.
Could I add, pulling the nuclear option would be very disruptive.
Yeah, it
and
would.
in New South Wales, given that you have done away with the paper-based system, you would need the threat of of pulling the license, you'd need to do a lot of thinking beforehand
Yeah.
about what would come in the absence of PEXA.
I'd be chaos, absolute chaos. I appreciate that.
Not going to happen politically.
So,
Well,
for that threat to be credible, you'd have to, be doing a lot of preparatory work. I'm not saying that it can't be done, but it would need to be done, is what I'm saying.
Well, I just follow up
Yeah.
on Mr. Fang's question there in terms of an alternative to pressing the nuclear button. Is it your view that government needs to make a decision then as soon as possible as to the next steps and maybe support the practitioner first interim release so that there is competition in the market?
Yes, absolutely. That was my view when I handed over
No,
two reports
I'm-
in 2019, which were, we can get to interoperability, we can do it in a phased approach, we could do it in a big bang with a centralised hub and spoke interoperability solution. Well, we've got to do it now. The answer is not, let's have another check, let's do a cost-benefit analysis, let's go and do an international tour to see how it's done elsewhere. It's not done elsewhere. We've actually got to grab the bull by the horns and do it now. The sooner you get to a competitive position, the better the outcome for all of the stakeholders.
And would you agree as well?
Can I also say, while I'm appearing in a private capacity, I am the founder and managing director of a company called SO Economics that authored a paper on how a phased approach to competition, which is a lot like the practitioner first model, would be beneficial. Mm-hmm. And that's got some advantages over the big bang of full interoperability. The reason why is because it brings forward the benefits in one part of the market, which will benefit consumers. Mm-hmm. It also allows the new entrants time to get their customer base up, build a brand, learn the market, get some operational efficiencies going before they then make the further investments. Now this has been successfully done in the telecommunications market, in Australia, in Europe, and elsewhere. It's also been implemented in other industries as well, like energy. It's also beneficial for regulators because if you say, well, we're just going with full interoperability, in some ways you're putting all your eggs in one basket and you're going down that path based on what you know now. By bringing forward phased competition, you allow the regulator to learn about the market and you are able to optimize the regulatory decisions because the regulator is also more informed. So it could be that you do practitioner first now and your thinking is, okay, well, it would just be, just full interoperability. But maybe after 2 years you say, well, actually, the regulator might form the view that the hub and spoke model might be the better option. So it actually allows the regulator to learn as well and to optimize the policy decisions going forward. So there is real benefit in that phased approach to competition, both for the new entrants and for the regulator.
Yeah, so that
and
would mean,
consumers.
So that would mean that if you have more service providers in the market, it builds resilience in that market. What's the if you have just one operator in a monopoly situation, what are the risks there then?
So there are economic risks. Clearly, a monopoly provider is going to seek monopoly rents. You can manage that to some extent by having IPART involved, but you do have a cost-based issue. The second one, you mentioned the word resilience. Unless you have mandated service levels which form part of the license to operate, you run the risk that a single service provider represents a single point of failure. we've seen that being an issue in the electronic conveyancing sector. It's an issue in areas like banking, where a business called Cloudflare, which does security and content delivery network stuff, it had a failure, and I couldn't, nor could James, and we're in with different banks, take money out in an afternoon. So getting to competition, even practitioner first, where, let's say I'm a new entrant in practitioner first, there are two reasons why resilience would get better. Firstly, I'm going to try and negotiate to have service levels from the provider I'm interoperating with service level credits, money, if the service isn't there. So there's a contractual benefit that flows. Second thing is, if I'm worried that there is only one point of failure in the way that I'm working, I'm going to be working to try and get to a second form of interconnection. I want to deal at two locations, or I want to make sure that where I'm interoperating, there are two substations to that building. Increasing competition has the effect of increasing resilience in two different ways.
So then you wouldn't agree when PEXA argues that the market would benefit from a single operator?
No.
Service provider.
A single service provider.
Yeah, single service provider.
No, and traditionally we've moved away from single service providers where there can be effective competition. So in electricity, in where I live in Glebe, I don't have a choice of the transmission service provider, it's Transgrid. I don't have a choice of the distribution network service provider, it's Ausgrid. I have a choice of who I buy my electricity from, and that retailer has a choice of who it buys generation from. So if I sign up with Energy Australia, well, I'm probably going to get Energy Australia generated electricity. If I sign up with Red Energy, they're going to be on an open market. They're going to prefer snowy hydro when they can, but there is going to be an effect of competition. So getting a level of competition wherever you can is worthwhile. I'm still going to have a power cut whenever anybody else on the Ausgrid network gets a power cut, but there is nevertheless some level of competition.
So, in essence, more providers, more resilience, better outcomes?
Yes.
Less renewables. Oh no, it's another inquiry.
Water.
That was yesterday.
We missed you there.
Yeah, I bet you did.
We better go to government.
Yeah, go
For a bit.
Yeah, he has to run his defence.
Murphy.
Go on, Cameron.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to come back to this issue where you're saying that the solution really needs to be nationally led, and we need a regulator with sufficient resourcing and powers to be able to ensure that competition. And I just wanted to contrast that. So if New South Wales were to, I suppose, use the two levers that it has, and they're not very effective levers, they're pretty drastic. If you're going to remove the licence of the only operator in the area, how would conveyancing take place in New South Wales in the absence of that? It's not really a realistic option. But to make this work in the long term and permanently, can you just take us through, is it a telco style model where you're forcing operators to in effect give up their space, their lines with retailers? What sort of a model do you see?
So it's not giving up anything, it's providing access to what's already there.
Yeah.
So in the telco model, let's say I'm in the old days, I would seek some exchange space from Telstra in order to put in a piece of equipment in an exchange which has lots of capacity, lots of space, lots of power. Telstra would charge me a fortune for it, but I would still be able to get access, and then access to the natural monopoly element, the line itself. The national broadband network is set up with 121 points of interconnection. That's where you interoperate with the national broadband network. It is usual for that type of network where there's physical stuff to have points of interconnection and a requirement to provide access at all technically feasible points of interconnection. We've got a World Trade obligation to do that. It's a bit different in a software-dominated system. There, instead of having points of interconnection, you need a level of interoperability. How do you do that? You have a standardized form of what's called an applications programming interface. It's just how do you do the interconnection to get access to relevant parts of what the incumbent already does. So the new bit is just that applications programming interface. What do you take away? Nothing. It looks much more like a non-rival environment, because PEXA, as the incumbent, has to create relevant data, has to create relevant entries. If there is interoperability, you're requiring that PEXA opens up access to certain parts of that through an application programming interface. What's the increased cost? Actually providing that application programming interface. So you can start to, probably people will not like this, but you can start to price it very quickly. You say, well, in a practitioner first model, what are the costs that PEXA no longer has if they provide access on a practitioner first basis? Well, they've got a cost of putting in the API, but they no longer have the cost of customer retention or customer acquisition with law firms and conveyancers. What's their costs of interacting with the bank? It depends whether they're providing interaction with the bank over that API or the entrant is interacting with the bank. If that cost has gone away, their retail price would be dropped by that. So you can start to build up very quickly. What does PEXA have to do, or what would any incumbent have to do? They have to provide access to what they already do. What's the cost of doing that? That access point. What are the costs that are reduced by doing that? The retail costs that they had that they no longer have.
And does that have to operate on a national basis, really? I mean, do you need, you were talking about the federation issues, and is it something that you think New South Wales could do alone, or is it something we could start, or is it something that really requires that national competition body to make sure that that works?
The risk of doing it on your own is the issue that I found in 2019, which was the banks were, there's lots of money to spend, but we can do it. PEXA, Simply, Lextech, there was one other at the time. Yeah, we can do all of this. IPAR, we can look at pricing. State revenue, we're just got to be certain that the money flows in the right place. That is their job. But if you only did it in New South Wales, you run a risk that you end up with a fragmented RNEC that says in South Australia, well, no, we like PEXA. We're going to have a PEXA monopoly in South Australia.
And a Simply monopoly in Queensland or something.
Yeah,
different.
and then a new entrant is going to say, well, is New South Wales big enough? And the answer might be New South Wales and Victoria together are big enough, but New South Wales and Queensland together, that's just not big enough.
But really, it needs to be nationally led to do that properly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I come at your question from a slightly different perspective? There is a model, and I'm not necessarily advocating this model, that took place in the telecommunications industry back in 2010. Telstra was an integrated monopoly, and it owned all the infrastructure, it owned all the ducts and the the pipes, the poles. And so when it came to investing in the network to move to next generation broadband, we had a regulatory hold-up problem. The integrated monopoly was saying we're not going to invest. That was a real problem. There was government ran a tender. Telstra decided not to play ball with that tender, and it was very much looking to protect itself from being structurally separated. The government called Telstra's bluff by saying we are going to set up the next generation broadband network ourselves, which was the genesis of NBN code. Now that was a very controversial decision, but to the extent that a new entrant has to come in and has to be able to establish themselves, make the investment, and.
But isn't it too late to unscramble that egg in this case? I mean, we already have PEXA out there. We've already allowed.
I think the argument though would have been we've got Telstra, and at the time in 2007, an intransigent Telstra
came to the table.
But it came to the table. Now, there was a nuclear option on that one as well, which said
Here.
if Telstra doesn't give a structural separation access, structural access undertaking, then Telstra has to divest its cable network, won't have access to 4G spectrum, all sorts of other things. But you can take a monopoly and you can provide a set of conditions where it's worthwhile the monopolist providing access and interoperability, because the alternative is worse.
I mean, what you're talking about though is what the government remaking PEXA and then becoming an NBN co, which then invites competition, isn't that?
Well, it's even more than that, because as the conveyancing industry has developed, all the standards, all the industry standards have been built around PEXA, and now PEXA is saying, well, they're ours, they're our IP.
So you're saying we should nationalise it? That's
I'm not saying.
Let's let the witness answer.
But what you could do is you could say, well, we need somebody else in to basically create new standards for at least New South Wales, and then if you got that organisation up and running, it would be a credible competitor to PEXA in New South Wales, and then it could potentially move into other markets such as the other states and territories. As I said, I'm not advocating for renationalisation of an industry. It's a very controversial decision, NBN Co. But if you look at the way that developed, Telstra did come to the table, and Telstra did, they agreed the undertaking, they did the deal with NBN Co, and as a result, the industry is now completely transformed.
Thanks.
It is a nuclear option.
And Telstra made a lot of money out of it.
Yes.
Mr. Bonas,
Yeah, look, just briefly, if you can take me to this e-conveyancing utopia where we have multiple LNOs and we're in this great place of competition, what does it look like? Because we've had service ministers wax lyrical about there's going to be, people are going to save $20 to $50 on the transfer of a house. If you're worried about the sale of your house costing you an extra $20 or $50, you're not in the market, let's be honest. And the previous witnesses basically said that interoperability will actually potentially stifle innovation and lock all LNOs into a base model. It seems like we're taking away two arms of what competition is supposed to bring: innovation and cost, competitiveness. What does this great utopia look like with multiple LNOs? Because to use the NBN example, you created a separate monopoly with NBN Co delivering that service, there was no improvement in service, I can tell you. It was still shit outcomes. So, like, what is this? What is this utopia going to bring if we get there?
Yeah, I think there's two aspects to what competition provides. One is an improvement in pricing. The other is an improvement in service. And you mentioned Coles and Woolworths when the last witnesses were here. If you walk into either Coles, Woolworths or Aldi, you can buy a prepaid SIM for a mobile service. Okay, which of those operates a telco network? None of them. But there is a secondary competition in telco services through different outlets. So you walk into Aldi, you're buying a SIM that's going to be on the Telstra network. As I recall, Woolworths is also Telstra, and I think Coles is Optus. If I was sitting in the ACCC in 2010 and asked, what will be the competition effects of resale of telco, I was saying, oh, I don't know, Crazy John's, Virgin on the Optus network. I would not have been, and I was not in a position to foresee a competitive outcome where you can walk into a supermarket and depending on which supermarket you prefer, you actually have a choice of which underlying mobile network you have. So I can't paint you a picture of a competitive nirvana, but I know that competition is going to be better than simply having a monopoly.
Is it worth the cost that we're blowing? Like ARNET at 5 years will have cost us $25 million. That's probably not the true cost of trying to get this reform up. We're accountable to taxpayers. Like, is blowing $25 million on a if maybe, could be, should be proposal that may save us $20 on transferring a house, we got to ask ourselves, is that worth the cost to taxpayers?
And I suppose from a philosophical point of view, if you are spending some money to introduce competition which is going to improve services, resilience, it's going to improve pricing. Yeah, it may only be $20 per transaction, but it is $20 per transaction per player on what is a double-sided, a two-sided or multi-sided market. Yeah, it is worth it. Competition is worthwhile.
And can I just add to that? I remember back in the 90s writing university papers about the move from a monopoly to a duopoly in telecommunications with the bringing in of Optus. And people said, well, is there really any benefit to that? But if you look at the evolution of that industry, it was then followed by a number of years where there were lots and lots of retail-based competitors, and there were over 200 at one point. And then what we have today is we have not just two competitors. We have Telstra, Optus, Superloop, TPG, Aussie Broadband, and they're all national players, and they all compete head to head, and they are all vertically, to different degrees, they're all vertically integrated. We also have a lot of technical innovation as a result of that opening up to competition. What you have nowadays, a lot of people don't have the NBN. What they have is a fixed wireless 5G dongle. I was just with a business yesterday, and they don't have a fixed line connection. They have a wireless business connection, which gives them high-speed broadband. So you have competition between lots of different technologies, which you wouldn't have had, which nobody foresaw back in 1992.
Like Starlink.
Even in 2000, and even when I was joining NBN back in 2010, nobody saw about the LeoSats. At the time, NBN was building their own satellites. Nobody thought that Google and Amazon and Elon Musk would have the LeoSats. So competition is a dynamic process, And to go back to Rob's analogy from before, that it's like a weed. Everyone knows that weeds just don't pop up in one place or two places. It pops up everywhere. And I think that when you look at the evolution of markets where there's been pro-competitive reforms, what people thought at the beginning of the process and where they ended up 20 years later is very, very different. So I would discourage people from thinking we've got to have this, we've got to have this clear view about what the end point is. Competition is not an end point, it's a process, and it's always evolving. The other thing that I will say, I do note that you say, well, if you're just wanting to save $50 on this service, then you're not in the market because, the house costs $1 million. Well, I would ask you, do you go and try and save a couple of cents when you fill up for petrol? Yes, you do. And, that's important.
Transaction though.
So, but it's still a saving. And competition's not always about the dollar cost. It's about the innovation that it brings. It's about the better service. And competition evolves over time. So, I'd sort of encourage you to think about it as a process.
You should see what I do.
I'm
to save
very
money.
conscious of time. We've just gone over time, and we'll have to wrap it up there. If we had another 20 minutes, I'd love to talk about how AI was going to impact this industry, because Dr. Nichols is here. But anyway, we'll have to try another day or through another method. But thank you very much for making the time this morning. I don't recall that any questions have been taken on notice, but if there is any instances, Secretariat will follow up with you in writing very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Break till
Good morning, and to our witnesses online as well. This is the second hearing of the committee's inquiry into competition reforms in electronic conveyancing. My name is Taylor Martin, I'm the chair of the committee. I just want to ask everyone in the room if they could please turn their mobile phones to silent for the hearing. Remind witnesses that parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. And I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence today. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for making time to give evidence today. Could each witness, starting with those in the room here on my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and then we'll go to the witnesses online.
Thank you. Craig Evans, Head of Economic Policy at the Australian Banking Association, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Matt Dawson, Executive Home Lending Platforms at the National Australia Bank, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Canwell?
Good morning. I'm Vibha Kanwar, GM for Originations and Settlement at CBI. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. De Cruz?
Good morning. Ashley De Cruz, Executive Manager at Westpac. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Does anyone or everyone have an opening statement they'd like to start with?
Certainly,
Mr.
I do.
Evans?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the ABA. The banking industry is strongly supportive of electronic conveyancing, and we acknowledge the New South Wales Government leadership in delivering this important reform. Until relatively recently, settlement day relied on physical documents, paper cheques and multiple parties being in the right place at the right time. Delays and failed settlements were not uncommon, and when something went wrong, it was often customers who bore the most inconvenience and stress. However, since the progressive rollout of e-conveyancing, settlements are now faster, more reliable and far less prone to last-minute failure. Banks and industry participants have invested heavily in supporting integration throughout this period, driving greater speed, higher reliability and a better experience for consumers. Customers now expect a seamless and safe experience at what is often the largest financial transaction of their lives. On behalf of banks, we believe that just as the customer have been the main beneficiaries of the move to electronic conveyancing, so too must they remain at the centre of all future reforms, including ARNEC's current interoperability work. Banks have contributed significantly to the IOP program. Over 6 years, our members have devoted time and resources to workshops, industry panels, ministerial forums, inquiries, reviews, and have provided detailed feedback to ARNEC on the practical requirements for success. Contrary to the evidence at previous hearing, banks have never withdrawn from engaging in the IOP program. But the IOP program has not been without significant challenges. ARNEC has recently released 2 independent reports intended to explore issues and guide next steps, a functional requirements review and a cost-benefit analysis. These reports provide a valuable evidence base. Read together, however, they do not reveal a viable pathway forward for IOP that delivers net benefits and does not compromise the various consumer gains realised to date. On the one hand, the cost-benefit analysis shows that of 6 interoperability models considered, only Direct Connect delivers any net benefits relative to the status quo, but on the other hand, the Functional Requirements Review does not recommend Direct Connect as a pathway forward for a range of reasons and notes a real chance of failure after further years of work. More broadly, the review confirms that interoperability would impact on-day and on-time settlement metrics and cause a loss of functionality. We note that read together, the reports indicate that the only model delivering net positive benefits that is not identified as having serious functional flaws is monopoly regulation. As ARNEC considers its next steps for the program, our position is that any reform must be evidence-based and customer-centred. We cannot lose sight of the original intent of these reforms, which is to improve outcomes for home buyers and sellers. At its heart, reform in e-conveyancing should be judged by its ability to support timely settlements with minimal risk, least costs, and maximum certainty for home buyers and sellers. Interoperability should advance only if it measurably enhances, not erodes, the certainty and efficiency that home buyers and sellers now expect and deserve. Banks and our customers cannot accept any compromise to settlement security or certainty. Our position has always been that our support for interoperability is contingent on e-conveyancing remaining safe, efficient and effective. We welcome the current pause and the opportunity for careful, evidence-driven consideration. Banks remain ready to engage constructively to ensure that any path forward truly benefits consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dawson, do you have a statement you'd like to open with?
I certainly do. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. Buying or selling a home is one of life's greatest milestones. At NAB, we're committed to making that journey as simple, safe and stress-free as possible. From the very first conversation with our customers right through to settlement day. Since the introduction of e-conveyancing in 2013, NAB has seen significant improvements in what was once a complex and sometimes frustrating process for buyers and sellers. Australia's innovation in e-conveyancing is world-leading, and customer benefits that this progress has delivered are the envy of international peers. Our signed on time performance improved from 60% in 2020 to around 97% last year. For most of the past 4 years, NAB has ranked number 1 on this front amongst peers. In 2025 alone, we supported more than 200,000 settlements across PEXA, Simply and paper channels, with nearly 95% of those completed via PEXA. NAB supports the objective of competition in electronic conveyancing, and we've engaged constructively in national reform processes for many years since 2019. In 2023, NAB was one of 2 banks that piloted a series of interoperable transactions, allowing us to see the process and customer experience firsthand. Our primary responsibility, however, is to ensure safe, reliable and on-time property settlements for customers. We've consistently said that we'd be guided by the findings of ARNEC's functional requirements review and cost-benefit analysis. Taken together, ARNEC's independent reports do not show a pathway to interoperability that satisfies key preconditions and delivers benefit to customers. Interoperability was originally pursued as a means to introduce competition with the expectation that competition would drive innovation, choice and downward pressure on prices. The recent ARNEC reports have been critical in testing those assumptions. They show that interoperability is complex, that full functional equivalence may not be achievable, and that customer experience is likely to be degraded. The functional requirement review references that IOP may cause a 5 to 10% drop in successful on-day settlements. This is not acceptable to NAB, as it would mean 10 to 20,000 customers per year delayed on their move into a new home. The reports also show that there is no guarantee interoperability alone would deliver meaningful competition or positive outcomes for customers. Customers should not be exposed to additional risk, complexity, or uncertainty during what is often the most significant financial transaction of their lives, particularly when the existing system is functioning well. NAB remains willing to work with ARNEC, governments, and industry participants on a reset of the approach. This can only occur where there is clear evidence that interoperability can be delivered safely and without undermining the significant progress already achieved in electronic conveyancing. We welcome today's discussion and the opportunity to contribute constructively to the committee's consideration of these issues.
Thank you, and I'll go to our online witnesses. Any opening statements?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. The Commonwealth Bank of Australia has long been supportive of all efforts to transition the property industry towards a digital settlement solution. Alongside state governments and the banks, we have worked actively with them to improve the manual nature of the property settlement system. Electronic conveyancing has provided greater settlement certainty, transparency, and reliability, and has also improved outcomes for our customers significantly. We consider this to be a successful Australian innovation. Government and industry working together to create a digital settlement platform for the nation. Whilst we've participated in the interoperability program for more than 6 years, Our support has always been on the basis that the system must be safe and sustainable. It should not raise the risk of settlement failures, and it must deliver an equal or superior level of service, functionality, and certainty for both our customers and other market participants. As Australia's largest mortgage lender, our primary focus is on ensuring that our customers can successfully settle on the day they expect to and can do so safely and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Cruz.
Thank you, Chair, and the members of the committee for the opportunity to appear today. The transition to e-conveyancing has materially improved the speed, certainty, and resilience of property transactions. These benefits are felt directly by every home buyer and seller, and more broadly through improved efficiency and productivity across the economy. Westpac is committed to maintaining a safe, reliable, and governed e-conveyancing environment, with the customer outcome at its center. A mortgage settlement day is often one of the most significant days in a customer's life. At the end of every settlement is a buyer ready to move into their new home, or a seller relying on timely access to sale proceeds. For a system as critical as property settlement, reliability is not optional. Any proposed changes must be accompanied by ironclad assurances of success and genuine improvement. At Westpac Group, for the year to August 25, we achieved a successful settlement rate of over 99.8%. And in most months, this is 100% across more than 200,000 settlements in that time frame. Customers have rightly come to expect this level of performance. Over many years, Westpac has engaged constructively with governments, regulators, and industry on the interoperability program. This 6-year program has explored whether the current system can be improved without disrupting a market that already operates with a high degree of accuracy. Any move towards interoperability cannot compromise settlement integrity, introduce new operational or financial risks, or impose costs that are disproportionate to the benefits. After 6 years of analysis, reviews, and inquiries, this appears to be a clear example where risk, cost, and complexity outweigh any purported benefit. Westpac therefore supports ARNIC considering the full range of options available to it, including monopoly regulation, to ensure the simplest and lowest risk approach is adopted for the customer and all stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open for questioning.
Yeah, Charlie.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Thank you all for appearing today. Mr. Evans, welcome again. I'll just make sure I've got that set up perfectly. Just in terms of your opening statements, obviously each of the banks and the Banking Association indicated that they are for competition in any sector, but then you went on to highlight issues around should competition be brought into the e-conveyancing sector. It reminded me a little bit of the commentary that happened from the banks prior to the introduction of Apple Pay. The banks gave any number of reasons why Apple Pay wasn't something that could be brought in. There was issues, and then all of a sudden ANZ capitulated, and then all of a sudden the dominoes all fell, and all banks now offer Apple Pay. And I'm an Apple user. I remember it quite vividly. Noting that you say you support competition, but appreciate that there could be short-term issues, do you accept that ultimately this Parliament has made a determination that in the e-conveyancing sector, we want competition, we've legislated for that, and that ultimately nobody can determine what history is going to do, and in 10, 20, 30 years, a competitive e-conveyancing market might benefit customers in ways that we cannot predict now, and keeping a monopoly market into the future will only entrench a single player in this field. Mr. Dawson, do you Oh, actually,
No.
Mr. Evans, I
No.
could see you were
I-
desperately jumping in to represent your members, and I'm very keen to hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fang. I think I'll begin, and I'm happy for any of the member banks to come in after that. I suppose in terms of, we do support certainly the goal of competition, because what is the goal of competition? The goal of competition is a better outcome for consumers and participants. So we are very much supportive of that goal. But the question is, we need to have evidence to support that competition will, particularly competition through interoperability, will deliver those benefits. And if we look at the expert reports that have been delivered, quite many of the options that were identified actually have a negative cost-benefit analysis through interoperability. And as a point of principle, we don't necessarily think it is good public policy to pursue something that we know will have a negative cost-benefit analysis. Alternatively, some of the ones that did have a positive cost-benefit analysis, the other expert review, the functional requirements review, suggested actually is uncertain. There's a real chance that after more years of work, the project will not succeed. So that's why when we're thinking about what is the best step forward, we are thinking what is the best step forward for consumers, not necessarily what is the best step forward for competition. The benefit of consumers is the benefit of competition, not competition in and of itself.
So just before I pass to the other witnesses, just in terms of that answer, yes, at the moment, in terms of implementing competition in the sector right now, those reports have highlighted issues that will need to be resolved. Philosophically, though, the statements all said that they support competition in the sector and support competition in general. I mean, you're in a competitive banking sector. Do you appreciate that whilst there might be issues at the moment, and those reports highlight the here and the now, that in terms of what is best for the consumer in 1, 2, 3 decades, competition in a sector has always indicated that it's... competition in a sector has always been a driver of improved customer service, improved customer experience, and better pricing and deliveries for customers, that if we don't open it up now, we will have entrenched for decades to come a single player.
I suppose all I can really point to is that, the cost-benefit analysis does, it looks into the benefits into the future and compares against the costs, and the conclusions there were not necessarily indicative that interoperability will deliver benefits over the long run in terms of what has come through the cost-benefit analysis. So I suppose in terms of, we just have to rely on what the expert reports have. I mean, when I was here last time, I was saying we were awaiting the reports to see if they did provide a pathway forward, because ultimately we do want to see the potential benefits of competition to lead to outcomes that would be better for consumers. But the expert reports have not indicated a pathway forward to delivering that, in our opinion.
Sorry. Thanks, Mr. Fay. From NAB's position, we absolutely welcome competition. We've been very open in my opening statement and wanting active participation in market and working with ARNEC and industry. The reality is, Mr. Evans talks to, is the reports taken together don't show us a clear path forward on that. For us, we're anchored in customer. It is all about better maintaining equivalence of outcome for customers and not degrading that. And we don't see a path forward for that at the moment.
Okay. To the witnesses on the screen, in turn, would you be able to provide some views about, I guess, the difference in competition difficulties at the moment versus the introduction of competition that might improve the system in the decades to come, which we can't actually interpret or have an idea about yet?
So I think CBA's position is that in principle we are absolutely supportive of competition. In saying that, we want it to be in the manner the competition is introduced. It has to be safe, sustainable, the systems have to be secure and resilient, given all the fraud and the scams that we see in the market now. Plus, we would not want any degradation in the quality of service that we have been providing to our customers, and they're used to it. We would want to aspire towards a superior level of service. As rightly pointed out by my colleagues here, the reports do not give us a clear indication between the two, the functional requirements review and the cost-benefit analysis, as to which model would achieve that effectively for us. One report suggests an inter-ESB model, and the other report suggests a direct connect model. So I think we have a long way to go there in terms of working through as to what this means for us in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to expand upon a couple of those aspects. Westpac absolutely supports competition. LNOs are our vendors. So as a consequence, we would love competition in the vendor marketplace. We need to, however, parse between competition and interoperability. These are two separate though related concepts. Our concerns are that with the structures of interoperability being suggested imposed upon the competition, that this will have degradation of performance. So if you're creating a market structure in the near term, which is not a viable market structure, not technically feasible, not economically viable, that is not an understanding of how competition could occur. Therefore, competitive marketplaces should always look at what are the different market models in order to accomplish those outcomes. We're absolutely in support of the outcomes for our customers and want to make sure that our customers are receiving settlements which are on time and without risk to their settlement proceeds. That's our intent, and there are multiple ways to achieve that both now and in the future.
My last question before I pass to my colleagues, because I know there'll be plenty of people that are dying to ask questions, is if it's the case that the government, both state and federal, determine that this is something that is a priority, and for example, the practitioner first model, which has been proposed as a pathway, is imposed by government as a requirement, can we assume that where it's a requirement of government legislated and it's imposed, that all banks will follow what is set down by legislation to, and you'll honour, I guess, the requirements of that?
Certainly. A couple of quick things on that. Banks will always honour any obligations that they're required to under the law. We certainly will take part of that. But I would note that practitioner first in both of the reports is not suggested as an end state of where things could go to. In the functional requirement review, it scores worse in terms of likelihood to meeting desired outcomes, and it explicitly states it should not be the end goal. And the cost-benefit analysis found that practitioner first actually has in and of itself has a negative cost-benefit analysis. So we would not recommend going to practitioner first unless you had an end state in mind, and that's where we go back to that original point of the end states having kind of conflicting recommendations from the two different reviews. But I don't know if anyone else wanted to add to that.
No, but we'd obviously adhere to regulation.
That's what I thought.
No more?
Legislation, I should say.
No more to add? We'll go to other members. Abigail Boyd?
Thank you, and thank you all for coming along and giving us the benefit of your experience. I guess one of the sort of recurring themes with witnesses who are not necessarily, and I don't want to put you as saying that you're not necessarily in favour of interoperability, but perhaps who are more focused on obstacles to interoperability than some of our other witnesses, is this, it seems to present what we currently have, what the status quo is, as being some sort of perfect scenario. Given that we've had several outages and problems with the PEXA system, we had on the 27th of January, because of a glitch with the RBA, we had 500 settlements through PEXA not go ahead as they were supposed to. Clearly we don't have a perfect system, so when we're talking about degradation by introducing another player in who perhaps people could have used instead when PEXA system goes down, for instance, where are you basing that idea of degradation from? Where are you getting your evidence that this will all lead to this system that degrades quality for everyone else?
Certainly. I might just say a couple of things before I throw to the more technical experts in terms of that. But on the first point around the RBA outage, I mean, that was an outage at the RBA that would have affected no matter whether there were however many providers there were. That would not have necessarily changed the number.
What do you base that on?
Because the
I understand the glitch was at the RBA side,
yes.
But are you saying that that same glitch would have applied to whatever?
It didn't just apply in property settlement. That was a glitch at the RBA and it affected other measures as well.
Okay.
Is my understanding. So I'll
And there's
certainly...
nothing that PEXA could have done differently in that situation?
To the best of my knowledge, I do not believe that was a PEXA-related issue in terms of what was going on there. But I'll leave that for others to say. And as I've said before, banks have single points of failure across entirely different ranges. The RBA in and of itself is a single point of failure. And what we want to make sure is that we have in place systems to be able to get our operations up and running as soon as possible and to make sure that we have contingencies in place. Now, that contingency doesn't always mean an alternative provider. It just means that we have systems in place to make sure that they are up and running in time. I mean, PEXA, for example, has obligations under the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act to make sure that they can meet certain standards. So it's not necessarily a case that simply having another alternative provider will add to security.
Okay, so let's get to the point then as to why you think it would degrade performance.
I think Mr. Dawson alluded to this in his opening statement. The functional requirements review did suggest that the introduction of interoperability could lead to an additional 5 to 10% failure rate in terms of standards. So that was a finding of the functional requirements review.
But could lead to if other things weren't done, or just in the best case scenario could lead to? If everybody came together and designed and helped to actually produce a system that was truly fit for purpose, would we have those
I suppose
issues?
The problem is that the challenges in being able to deliver it. I mean, the wording was a potential for reduction in workspace functionality, potentially leading to 5 to 10% drop in successful on-day settlement. But the broader chance is that the functional requirements review, and I think your testimony from the authors this morning suggested that this is going to be slow, difficult and complex, and as they say in their report, even with the best of intention, there is a real chance that after more years of work, the project will not succeed in actually resolving some of those technical challenges. So that's the issues that have been identified there, but I'm very happy for the experts to be able to provide more detailed answers.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Evans. I mean, there's probably 2 points I'd make. First, from NAB's perspective, it is absolutely around that anchor to customer outcome and that risk of 5 to 10%. And as I referenced in my opening statement, that's 10 to 20,000 customers that would be at risk. To the outage from the RBA, the system is by no means perfect, but it functions well. We have clear BCP processes in place. When the RBA outage occurred, we saw settlements from Simply and from PEXA, both delayed. The BCP, we enacted that BCP because the RBA is a single point of failure, and we were able to reinstate most of those settlements same day, and a small number of those settlements then carried to the next day. But it was both settlement providers.
Okay,
because they weren't out. The
what
RBA
I'm hearing
payment rails
from
was
you
out.
and I can ask the providers about that when they appear later. But this point about the potential degradation, every system can be improved, and every system, when you discover problems, can continue to be improved. Do you think that this idea of this additional risk is really being overblown compared to the benefits that could arise if everybody actually came to the table and worked earnestly to get this thing in place?
I don't think as it stands right now it's being overblown, to be honest. I think we've actively participated in this from an industry perspective for multiple years now. The reality as we see it is that the two reports taken together don't deliver us that path or don't show us that path. We don't have the functional equivalents today that would enable us to maintain those customer outcomes that we talked about at the outset.
So clearly there was a large investment by the banks with PEXA when we first had the conveyancing system established. How much did the banks invest in that initial sort of system, making sure that it worked? And how much does it continue to, how much do the banks continue to invest in upgrades and things? What is the quantum of your investment in the PEXA solution, if you like?
I'd have to take that question on notice, I'm afraid.
And then I guess, and I'll go to the witnesses online as well, I guess then the question is, how much would you need as your return on investment to come to the table on interoperability to get you to actually do everything in your power to make this thing work.
Sorry, just quickly before you go to the members, I might just add on there, it's not necessarily about return on investment, it's about the quality of service. It's about ensuring that the standards of settlement do not decline, because as Mr. Dawson said, it's about the outcomes for our customers and consumers. So it's not necessarily that we need to invest X amount and get a return on that. It's about whatever needs to be done needs to not lead to worse settlement outcomes for our customers.
But I guess, so just so you know where I'm coming from, I've had a long history in getting banks to come to the table when it comes to interoperability in my former career, and banks are notorious for saying, and other players in the financial system are notorious for saying, oh, there's risks, we can't do that, blah, blah, blah. But actually when there's money in it, the banks do come to the table. And I guess from what I'm hearing, there is this putting up of this scenario of, oh, there'll be this degradation of service. I would like you to unpick how, if everybody actually invested in this in the same way that the banks originally invested in the PEXA product, that we wouldn't end up with a system that could even be better than what we have now.
Well, I will allow those online to answer, but I would just note that, the functional requirements review did state that, even after with the best efforts of work, with the amount of investment that would be required, there's a real chance that after more years of work, the project won't succeed, because there are
can you just
a real chance that after more years of work, the project will not succeed. That is quoting from the functional requirements review.
Right. And it said before that, sorry, can you just have the full paragraph there? So that's...
Oh, sorry, implementation will be slow, difficult and complex. The resulting system will not be elegant. There will be support for two LNOs, a duopoly, not multiple competition, and it also notes that there is a real chance that after more years of work, the project will not succeed.
But is that based on the current regulatory settings and the failure of the Commonwealth Government to make the banks come to the table?
I believe that is their assessment in terms of what would need to be done.
Yes.
That is the reviewer's assessment.
Yes, and then they talk about the need for their recommendations around the Commonwealth stepping in, and particularly in relation to banks.
In what respect?
To get the banks to actually invest properly and come to the table on interoperability.
Again, as noted in my opening statement, we have been participating. We have been participating in the program for 6 years at least. So I don't necessarily accept that that we are not participating in this project.
You can come back to me.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. So in principle, you say you support a competitive and interoperable e-conveyancing market, and that you've also were cooperative in the review process. Given that, if, say, the government decided to restart the e-conveyancing reform program with proper governance, can we then also assume that the banks will play their part? And I say that because in your opening statement, you basically said if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if that were the case, banks would be open 10 till 3. But now we can see banks are basically operating 24/7. So with innovation and if each of the banks could answer that question, please.
Certainly, as I said in that opening statement, we've never stepped away, and we've been really active in that participation. And in fact, we were one of the two banks that did the trial for interoperability. So we remain committed, and if the conveyancing reforms work was restarted, we would maintain that active position. To the if it ain't broke, don't fix it analogy, it's more as we see the two reports that have come out, and the risk to customer outcome is too great for us as it stands today, and it's more we are the envy internationally of the outcomes that we provide to customers, and that's just too great a risk as it stands.
Can I, just ask one
Go for it.
follow-up to my questions before? Sorry, I just wanted to find the bit of the report. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm,
if I just,
yeah.
Thank you, sorry. And I realised I never actually got answers from the people online.
Yeah.
Just looking at page 42 of the functional requirements report, because I read this as quite a damning assessment of the bank's when you read between the lines, but perhaps you didn't. But paragraph 10 on page 42 says, quote, some of the financial institutions are bankers for or shareholders of LNOs. As a result, the views they express to us may have been tempered by the relationships they have with LNOs other than as LNO customer/users, end quote. That to me implies that they didn't necessarily think that you were giving them a particularly rosy view of your capabilities when it came to helping with interoperability. Could I ask, online particularly, Ms. Camwell, what the response to that criticism in the report is from a shareholder perspective? Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you for the question. CBA has supported the IOB program and worked actively with all the industry members, cooperated with ARNEC, worked with ABA in putting together what that means for our customers. We have been on this journey for 6 years now. CBA, as it stands today, also uses both PEXA and Simply, where we have the integrations with Simply. Even for a segment for refinance customers, we've done a pilot with Simply. We have engaged with Simply on a few other matters. So we're very open to working with both PEXA and Simply, as we've already demonstrated that. In terms of shareholding, I would qualify that whilst my role is in originations and settlements for home loans, I do not look after the shareholding side in PEXA. I would be happy to share that we work at an arm's length terms with PEXA. We do not have any special arrangements with them. We are treated like any other bank by PEXA. So in terms of our position, it is, again, for us, the service quality to our customers, maintaining on-day settlements, maintaining the safety, security, and the resiliency of the systems is very critical to us, and that would remain for us.
Okay, just on that though, when you say Simply, you've also worked with Simply. I absolutely appreciate that Simply is in the market, but in terms of the comparison between how much you've invested in PEXA's integration and how much you've invested in helping Simply, are you able to give us an idea?
I would have to take that question on notice in terms of the exact dollar investments. I am relatively new to my role, 3 months in the role, so I will take that question on notice and get back to you on the exact dollar investments. But my understanding at this point is that wherever we have the functionality and the capability of integration with Simply, we have integrated.
Sorry, I was being a question hog.
Okay, no, go for it. All good. It's open slather. Ms. McDonald, do you have more? I have some.
I was just going to ask
Go for it. Yep.
And it was just if government decides to restart the conveyancing reform program, would assume the banks would play their part? And I've heard from Mr. Dawson.
I'm happy to answer that question on behalf of Westpac. Absolutely. We've participated in all of the programs to date. Where we have seen a misalignment with the objectives, we have raised these risks and issues within the course of the program. We have often gone a step further to suggest pathways for resolutions. We've sketched out design diagrams, various other aspects to aid the program in terms of its design. So we're more than happy to continue doing that. However, I would indicate that our experience to date has been that the program has lacked the maturity to deliver against its stated principles and objectives. And this is definitely a concern about continuing a program that is not being adequate to accomplish its own stated objectives.
Okay. Thank you. Any more?
I just had just
it.
a follow-up, sorry. Just if IOP didn't materialise, would you support practitioners who want to do transfers with Simply? And that's, again, to all the banks. I'll start with you, Mr. Dawson.
We already do.
You already do?
So, I mean, where possible, we already transact with Simply. Noting it's not in all products and not in all states, but where possible, we're available.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Campbell?
Like I said earlier, we already do use Simply where possible and where we have the functionalities and the integration. So yes, we would be supportive. In saying that, practitioner first on a standalone basis in the functional requirements review document received a rating of 2 out of 5 to achieve the desired outcomes as we set forth at the start. So we would need to ensure that we have a viable pathway and define the end state or the target state that we are aspiring for to be clear before we do go down the practitioner's first path.
We currently support any practitioner who has asked for their trust account to be onboarded onto Simply. There's a process in place for that, and we support that, and we're payment integrated with both LNOs. As other participants have indicated, that providing practitioners with that option is different than supporting a particular interoperability model. Practitioner first is a particular type of interoperability model, and the emphasis on that phrase is on the word first. It is supposed to be a first step in an approach towards full interoperability. So that begs the question, what is the pathway to full interoperability? So we'd like to parse between making sure that practitioners are able to onboard onto Simply. That is already in place. We have those processes in place now. And parse that between a particular model of practitioner first, which presupposes an end state of that first step.
So I just clarify, does that include property transfers?
A property transfer requires multiple parties to be involved. And so depending on the parties, it is the practitioners, so there could be 2 practitioners, as well as 2 banks. It implies that all of those are on the same platform.
So not at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Dawson, in your opening statement, you mentioned functional equivalence, and throughout the last 40 odd minutes of back and forth here, we've talked about functionality. Mr. Evans and others noted that when Abigail Boyd asked about return on investment, and the response was it's actually about the customer experience and functionality. So I want to ask all 4 of the banks that are here today, and then for Mr. Evans to clean up at the end if there's any more comments. What functionality do you require from any provider? What functionality do you value at the moment, and what do you require as non-negotiable effectively?
So thank you, Mr. Martin, for the question. As I keep coming back to the outcomes for customer, right?
Yeah.
As I said right at the outset, is fund certainty, timing certainty, fraud and error. What we see today in that functional equivalence is, A, we don't have all products and all states available on both providers, and secondarily, from an outcome perspective, one provider, PEXA provides triggers all the way through the settlement process that allow us as the banks, the solicitors participating in the transaction, to manage the settlement process right the way through. Those same triggers aren't available in the Simply transaction, which means that that can sit right at the end of settlement and can result in missed settlement. So the process by which both LNOs are managed today is different. The triggers that are available in PEXA are not available in Simply.
Thank you very much. CBA?
Yes. So in terms of the functional equivalence, it's exactly what I said at the start. So a few critical measures of success for us are absolutely in the on-day settlement for our customers. We do not want to reduce the service quality to our customers, especially given the number of mortgages we manage on a daily basis.
Sorry, just one moment. If you don't mind leaning towards your microphone, I'm not sure if Hansard could pick up everything you were mentioning there. Sorry.
Sure. Is that better now?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Thank you. So essentially, like I said at the start, we wouldn't be able to, like for us, customer success means a lot. Customers are used to on-day settlements. We do a lot of settlements on a daily basis, and we would not be able to endure a degradation in that on-day settlement rate to our customers. So that would be, customer success would be at the heart of what we want to achieve in terms of functional equivalence. At the same time, given the increase in the fraud and scams in the industry, we would want the system to be extremely safe and resilient for our customers. So those two key factors in terms of functional equivalence are very important as outputs. In saying that, simply does not support all products today for us to be able to use them, say, for purchases, etc. So we do have gaps. We have jurisdictional variations in that space as well. So we are not able to use the two effectively.
Sorry, I think we're having some...
Or the way it was envisioned at the start.
I
So
ju-
we definitely...
Just one moment. I just want to let you know we lost about 10 seconds or so of your... There was just a freeze. in the,
There's that functionality.
yeah.
Understood.
We've got,
Am I audible now?
we've
Is
got
it
we've
better?
got you now. It just we lost the broadcast, for want of a better term.
Okay. So I'll quickly do a recap. So essentially what we were saying is customer success in terms of on-day settlements means a lot to CBI. We would not want any degradation in the quality there. Similarly, we would want to keep the system safe, secure, and resilient. We want to have as much uptime as possible. We want to ensure that the customers are not exposed to incremental fraud and scams which are coming in the industry. So those are non-negotiables for us in terms of outcomes for our customers and for the bank. In terms of products, we do not have the same products available on Simply today that we have on Excel. We have jurisdictional variations in terms of the usage of the two. So we do have gaps, and functional equivalence doesn't exist in the way we would want it to be. So yes, I would conclude by saying that functional equivalence is a non-negotiable for the banks to maintain the service that they want to serve their customers with.
Understood. Thank you. Westpac.
This is very much an echo of what the other banks said, so I'm going to therefore unpack it at several levels.
Thank you.
First, we expect an ELNA to be providing us process-level orchestration. What that means is, as a settlement is occurring, knowing what the other parties are doing and orchestrating that in order to make the on-day settlement. That is a requirement that we expect of all ELNAs. Next, we want, at the moment of settlement, that orchestration of payment and the title exchange. And the final part is obviously in any unhappy path scenarios, there's a fraud, there's an outage, we want resolution and management of that situation. That's what we expect of any ELNA. So now let me unpack what that means for national aspects of this. We expect this to be across the entire nation, and any variations by state to be orchestrated by the ELNA. Currently, PEXA is providing that and integrating with our software in order to make those triggers very apparent for our settlement staff. That functionality makes it much easier for us to deliver on-day settlement, and we require that to be at a national level. To our understanding, Simply does not have that functionality across all states and jurisdictions. With that process orchestration, as well as that last part of these unhappy scenarios, how would you deal with that? We want to make sure that is at scale, at a national level. That is what we're looking for in an ELNA.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, do you have anything to add?
I think that the member banks have covered that adequately, more than adequately.
Fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, does it need, in order to achieve interoperability, does it need to be done as a national framework? I mean, what sort of difficulties would there be if each jurisdiction was to go it alone and perhaps have a different model that it chooses in terms of the way it were to roll it out? And you know, would it be possible for New South Wales to drive a process that's not done in a national framework? You have a view on that?
Well, I'll start and allow members to come in after, but ultimately national consistency, I think, is what I said at the previous hearing, is one of the key things that will drive on-time settlement and increased or better performing e-conveyancing across the country. So national consistency has always been something that we've been very much driving for and support. And I think, so to the extent that New South Wales drives a process that leads to national consistency, that will lead to better outcomes for consumers and home buyers. To the extent that New South Wales does things that doesn't work towards national consistency, that will lead to challenges and issues. But I'm very happy for members to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Evans characterised that very well. You know, New South Wales driving a national consensus model, fantastic. New South Wales going alone adds further complexity to an already complex landscape.
All right. And look, as a second question, I just want to try and put to bed this policy that's been floated by the National Party from Wes Fang, where he's putting forward the suggestion that you could use what he describes as the nuclear option to withdraw the licence of the only ILNO, PEXA, in order to force some form of competition. What effect would that have? If you suddenly had no licensed PEXA in the market, can you just explain to us what the effect of that would be?
Well, it's very difficult to see how that would not lead to anything that is but worse outcomes for home buyers in New South Wales.
In the short term.
It'd be catastrophic, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, because the improvements that have occurred through electronic conveyancing have led to significant increases. And as you said, we have concerns about the degradation that would occur in terms of, and that have been identified in the interoperability models, but to turn it off and to go back to where we were before would lead to, thousands upon thousands of homeowners not being able to settle on time. And I just struggle to see that would be in the best interests of the consumer and best interests of the citizens of New South Wales.
Sorry, but that wasn't the proposition. The proposition is that one proponent has their licence revoked.
Well, in that case, it would certainly then lead to the outcomes that the functionality that requires that was just outlined, that have ensured the improvements in settlements would not be in place, and then you would still face those challenges that you'd be losing those gains that we've been talking about before.
Okay.
So,
there's no paper system to go back to, though, is there, in New South Wales? There's no alternative to using that for at least the bulk of transactions, is there?
It will be pretty quickly if we pull the licence.
Anyway, this is all...
It is a very material degradation to customer outcomes.
Thanks.
Right. So the point there then is that because PEXA has effectively a monopoly, it then has complete power over this Parliament and what it does, because otherwise you're saying that an essential public service would just not happen.
And that is a challenge, I think, that was identified by the Functional Requirements Review, which looked into, and the cost-benefit analysis, which looked into monopoly regulation as one of the pathways forward to
It's almost like we need competition, and we should be doing everything we can to encourage other entrants into this market, correct?
Provided that it is evidence-based, that would lead to better outcomes for consumers. That's the issue that the reports, when taken together, have identified. The method of competition that is being suggested in terms of interoperability and has been identified in the reports have led to either chances of success and a degradation in failure or negative cost-benefit analysis, depending on which one you're looking at. The only one that did not identify either problems was monopoly regulation.
Mr. Evans, would you agree with my statement that PEXA has not willingly opened themselves up to allowing competition in the market?
Without necessarily commenting on their motivations, as a general principle, it is not often in an entity's best interest to talk about how they can lose market share. But I would note that there are existing powers in the New South Wales government for regulating.
One of those is a penalty, financial penalty.
Yeah.
The other one is pull their licence. What are the other penalties that you know of?
Well, I imagine, not necessarily penalties, but they can be potentially looking at what are requirements under the model operating rules for their licence. So you can there are other options that can be taken along the way, and I think some of those things were perhaps discussed previously in the previous session with the economists in terms of there are.
But there was agreed that there was only two levers that we could pull as
currently.
Yes, currently. So at the moment, those two levers are a financial penalty, which, let's be honest, probably isn't that much of a penalty, even though Ms Abigail Boyd has, ensured that it is 10 times what was proposed originally. The other one is to pull their licence. Now, yes, short-term gain, but as Ms Abigail Boyd pointed out, we've got an entity here which is effectively thumbing its nose at this parliament and what has been legislated in relation to bringing competition to the sector. So in those circumstances, why would we not be within every conceivable option well within our rights to pull their licence, given that I would suggest that they aren't complying?
Well, matters of that are a matter for the government and for the Registrar General and those who have regulatory powers. But I would suggest that there are alternatives. Perhaps you could consider other forms of regulation that could be introduced. You've suggested that there are two. There are other things.
Because they've been very good at following everything else that we've done so far, right?
That's not for me to comment on.
No, it's definitely for me to comment, and I would suggest that they haven't.
But all I would say is that there are potentially other avenues that could be available to look at regulation in the sector.
Any other members?
I do, but I'm conscious that Mr. Bonatek
I was just picking up on this point, Lloyd, and there's been lots of analogies thrown out this hearing, so I might as well throw out another one. Isn't the nuclear option power that the Honourable Wes Fang's talking about, isn't that the equivalent of you as a parent threatening to take your kids' toys off them, knowing that you never will actually take your kids' toys off them? It's really not a practical power that a parliament or a government can actually implement because of the serious consequences of what would unveil.
Spare the rod, spoil the child, my friend.
Yeah, well, the problem is when you don't actually use the rod, you just keep threatening the rod.
No, I know, and that's why I'm saying maybe we need to use it.
Yeah, it's not a practical. It's as you will. I think you're indicating it's not really a practical power that the government has given itself that it can utilise.
I would just note there would be significant negative consequences to using
in
it
the short term.
Just my probably final question to the banks, and this goes to my point about competition and all the settlements that you've overseen. Has any of those settlements failed because one of the purchaser or the buyer has been concerned about saving $20 or $50 on conveyancing costs? I'm just trying to get to this point of what is the real benefit we're going to see in terms of competition. It's been thrown out there that there's going to be these great savings, but it's only ever been mentioned we might have a $20 or $50 reduction in conveyancing costs.
I'm not even sure it's that amount, but I do take your point, Deputy Chair, but I'm as to whether or not there have been any individual occurrences, I'm not sure. That might be a matter for the banks, but perhaps something we'll look at.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it very much seems like PEXA have come up very lucky that the banks are all singing from the same song sheet.
Could I?
As PEXA and the interests are aligned here.
Chair, could I just?
Abigail Boyd.
I just wanted to put something just as a question on notice,
okay.
if I could, just quickly. So I understand that CBA had invested, as at 2018, about $100 million in PEXA, including shares and integration investment. Could each of the banks come back with the total amount that they've invested in PEXA as at this date, including sort of listing out any shareholding, but also that sort of initial integration investment, as well as upgrades, would be very useful.
Great question. Thank you all for making the time today. We really appreciate it. Questions that were taken on notice. Is it 21 days? Yeah, the Secretariat will be in touch to work those through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
About
Renewables is
3:30.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Okay. Welcome back for most of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could each witness, starting from my left with Mr. Bonney, please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation here today.
Mr. Peter Bonney, Chief Product and Technology Officer of PEXA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Miss Claire Gill, I'm the Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer at PEXA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Russell Cohen, the Group CEO of PEXA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Worrell, the Acting Group Chief Financial Officer for PEXA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that this is not the first session to hear from PEXA, but given that a lot has transpired since that day, would you like to make another opening statement?
I would, thank you.
I thought so.
So thank you to the Chair and the committee for the opportunity to appear before you again today. With me, just as a recap, is Ms. Liz Worrell, PEXA's interim CFO, Mr. Pete Bonney, PEXA's new Chief Technology and Product Officer, and Ms. Claire Gill, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer at PEXA Group. This is our second appearance before the committee, and I wanted to reflect on why we are here: to ensure Australia's world-first innovation, our national e-conveyancing system operates effectively and delivers for its customers and consumers nationwide. The interoperability program was instigated to help the network achieve these. The interoperability guiding principles endorsed by ARNEC in November of 2022 set out its objectives clearly, and I quote, "For the system to be secure by design, maintain or enhance the customer experience, allows for innovation, and is simple and effective for ARNEC to administer." These are sound objectives. They saw PEXA participate in more than 260 design workshops, over 100 governance and functional meetings across 5 years, and invest more than $22 million of our own money. Since PEXA last appeared before this committee in November, ARNEC has released 2 independently authored reports that, read together, reach a clear conclusion. Interoperability cannot deliver these guiding principles, and there is no case for continuing the program. The Functional Requirements Review finds that all interoperability models would involve a loss of existing functionality, degradation of practitioner experience, negative impacts on innovation, and significant implementation complexity. The reports also acknowledge that there is, and I quote, "no guarantee that successful implementation of an interoperable system will result in an increase in competition." It notes that a loss of functionality under interoperable models could result in an up to 10% drop in successful on-day settlements, which is around 10,000 transactions a month nationwide. The other report, the cost-benefit analysis, found that Direct Connect was the only model that may produce a net financial benefit, and that benefit is marginal, just $16 million over 20 years. When weighed against the loss of functionality and increased risk, there is no net public benefit from any interoperability model. The reports show that any potential benefits are limited in scale, highly sensitive to implementation and forecasting risk, and would require substantially more time and resources from industry and government than they would ultimately deliver. The Functional Requirements Review further confirms that PEXA holds substantial intellectual property in the features of our system, and that any implementation would need to accommodate these legal rights. PEXA has engaged in this process in good faith, diverting resources from customer-centric innovation and expansion into additional jurisdictions. We now know that even assuming successful implementation, proposed models carry additional costs of up to $151 million and deliver net benefits at most of about $800,000 a year. Australia today has a national e-conveyancing network that is price regulated, performance regulated, and is designated as national critical infrastructure. It is low cost, it is highly resilient, and it is internationally leading. The industry generates approximately $330 million in annual revenues and delivers about $480 million in economic impact. Over the past decade, it has produced more than $3 billion in productivity benefits across the country. Settlement reliability for home buyers and sellers has improved, fraud risks have been reduced, and customer satisfaction sits at around 90%. Australia's system is widely recognised internationally as a benchmark for reliability, security and efficiency. During a recent House of Commons inquiry in the UK, one British MP asked, are there any barriers, on the government side at least, to the system in the UK becoming as efficient as it is in Australia? Our network is world best practice, and we should be very proud of that. So, what does the future look like for e-conveyancing if not interoperability? Well, we believe the task ahead is not to re-engineer a system at the consumer's cost, but to strengthen the national framework as envisaged by COAG through regulatory uplift, national consistency and continued investment. PEXA stands ready to work constructively with government and regulators on that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Any more comments, or no, you've covered it all? All right. And I'm going to apologise in advance because I'm going to give the opening call to the Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you, Chair.
I don't think you should thank me for saying that, but there you go.
I mean, yeah, that's
He
all
was
right.
apologising to the rest of us.
Yeah, everyone else.
Mr. Cohen, thank you for appearing again today. Can I distill some of the arguments that are made against opening up competition to say that the saving of about $10 for a consumer is really not worth the risks that opening up the system will create? Is that one of the arguments that you would progress?
So it's not so much our argument, it's confirmed in the reports. It's not only the $10 or so saving that you quote, but it's the whole system cost that is ultimately borne by everybody involved in the ecosystem, practitioners, platform providers, financial institutions. And so those costs, those expenses, as articulated very clearly in these reports, ultimately find their way through to the consumer cost for e-conveyancing. So this $10 figure that you quoted and has been used in the past, we think is not accurately reflected in these independent reports.
Okay. But it's suggested that, maybe $5, $10 is the maximum that a consumer would save if we opened up competition.
I mean, that number has been thrown around, yeah. Which, again, in our point of view, is that's a fraction of the price of a home in capital cities or in regional areas. But importantly, it's a fraction of all the other transaction costs involved in buying or selling a home, and it has not risen in real terms since 2014.
Accepting that then, why is it that you're taking the New South Wales Registrar to court for a $1 transaction fee?
Yeah, so that's a whole different issue, if you allow us to explain.
I'm all ears.
Okay, I might ask Claire Gill to explain, and then we can get into some of the mechanics of that.
In relation to the action in the New South Wales Court, what we're doing is we're seeking clarity in relation to a clause in the model operating rules which allows for pass-through. The setup of the industry data standard, which enables a multi-LNO environment, is administered by a separate organisation that is there to oversee the industry data standard. The agreement was that we would pass through the cost of the dollar that it would cost to administer it. What has happened now is New South Wales has chosen an alternative method to actually look at that cost through IPART. Therefore, as a national system, which had a national price, we're unable to pass through that whole cost. So we're currently in discussion with NECDS on what that cost may look like. But the reason we've gone to court is we want clarity on that, how we've interpreted that clause within the MOR, so much so that we're actually not seeking costs should we win. It really is for the industry to seek clarity on that that section of the MOR.
Okay. In those circumstances then, knowing that IPART is looking at it, you've obviously waited till IPART's finished its review before you've launched legal action, right?
No, not at all.
No, you've launched it beforehand.
Well, the IPART process has been underway for some time. Those two events are not linked. In fact, we've articulated in our IPART submission that this issue is pending.
And is it fair then to say that, given that there's some disagreement about where the fee's charged and who's charged, have you paid the NECDS for the work that they've, or their regulatory work, or have you withheld the funds?
We have paid what was being required up to date. We're currently in discussion about reasonable costs moving forward.
Okay, so you haven't held $3 to $4 million back from them?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, because the whole cost of it over a year is possibly potentially $3 million. We haven't finished the year.
Okay, so given that $5-10 has been the figure that's been bandied around by players in the industry as to what we might save if we had competition, why is $1 a huge issue in terms of the cost of doing business when a house costs millions of dollars, which is effectively the argument that's been made?
Yeah,
why are you taking the New South Wales government to court?
They're two different concepts. The dollar was not set by PEXA, to be clear. It's set by any CDS Corp, and it applies to every single transaction nationwide for a data standard. If you added $1, it's about $3 million, like Ms. Gill said.
Yep.
When PEXA maintained that data standard, it cost us about $11,000.
Yep.
So suddenly all the home buyers in Australia and sellers in Australia are having $1 added to every transaction for something that cost us a fraction. So we take issue with that. Nonetheless, our model operating rules say if that charge is applied to PEXA, we can pass it through. All other 7 jurisdictions agreed, except New South Wales. So we're seeking clarity as to the wording in the MOI about pass-through of regulatory costs.
You understand why people would be looking at this cynically, because on one hand you're saying, you know, it's $1, you know, it's $1 that's going to be charged on to consumers, and yet here you are saying that saving $10 on a transaction isn't worth, you know, going through all of this issue.
Yeah, Ms. Gill.
Yeah, can I just add, the $10 is one scenario of saving. I think it was
I agree. It could be more.
Sorry if I could finish.
Sure.
The New South Wales Productivity Commission actually looked at different scenarios, and if there was a 20% market share of a competitor, that would go up to around $400. So it's very open to sensitivity. The $800,000 that is put through the cost-benefit report is based on a 49% market share, or 46. I'll have to get that figure. But this is all open to very big assumptions, so we don't know what savings there will be. There are many different savings or additional costs depending on the market share. So they're very fragile assumptions.
I don't disagree with you, which is why I think when competition has been determined for the market by this parliament, that we should in fact follow through with that, because ultimately we can look at the here and the now, but we need to also look at what this sector will be like in 1, 2, 3 decades, when, you know, we've got a monopoly player which is already flexing its muscle and trying to make it as difficult as possible to allow other players to come in. What will it be like in 3 decades when we've got, you know, greater amount of transactions, greater complexity? If we don't allow the opening of competition now, we are going to be in a huge issue. So, do you agree that potentially savings into the future could be much more than the $5 or $10 that's been argued? Because you are right, those models are somewhat flimsy.
I can only go on good economic analysis, and I think the 2 independent reports commissioned by ARNEC are good, sound economic analysis, who modelled the net present value over 20 years. So you talk about decades, they did it. They found the Direct Connect model would be $16 million over 20 years, which is about $800,000 a year. Relative to the total technology investment of all the players in the industry, that's a minuscule amount of money. So I would take issue with some of the modelling, but the best case we've got are these 2 reports commissioned by ARNEC, which show the financial benefits are really, really minimal.
Can I also add, we are price regulated. It is looked at by an independent regulator, and they look at the long-term interests of the end user.
Until you take them to court.
We're not taking IPART to court.
Wow.
IPART is doing an external review. It's a well-regarded body, and they found that we had reasonable costs last time. Our prices have not gone up in real terms since 2014.
Yet you don't trust them to do the review.
No, that's
That
incorrect. That's incorrect.
Yeah,
So IPART are doing, like Ms. Gill said, a credible independent review like they've done previously on PEXA's business model. The $1 any CDS charge is completely separate. If to maintain the data standard by the third party costs similar to what PEXA invested, $11,000, because it's really just a data standard, that would be fine. There'd be no pass-through. The issue is that $3 million of cost is now being directed at PEXA, which, according to our model operating rules, as a legislative cost, can get distributed across transactions. We would much rather not pass that through to consumers, but the reality is $3 million is material.
Okay, we might just pull that up
Yeah, no,
for
I'm not
now.
happy.
everyone can have a breather. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, Mr. Cohen, the statements you've been making about these independent reports, you've positioned it as though they support the idea of not going ahead with interoperability, which is certainly not my read. So could we just delve into that? When we look at the summary of findings of the Nous report, their economic analysis found that there were 3 options that were expected to deliver net benefits compared to the status quo, being PEXA just has their monopoly. So interoperability, there were, interoperability, either direct connect or direct connect via practitioner choice, or much stronger regulation would produce a better outcome than the status quo. And they also point to, as part of that analysis, the improved service quality, significant savings for consumers, and then obviously all this analysis is subject to assumptions, but they also call out the need for cooperation provided by market participants as one of the things that would lead to more benefits being realised. When I read this, plus the other independent report, it seemed very clear to me that interoperability was still desirable, but both reports seem to be pointing towards yourselves and the banks as being the sticking points for achieving those benefits.
Yeah, so we had a different reading.
Yeah, I know you did.
Read, yeah, very clearly. So read together, it's very clear for us that there was no model that would be better than the status quo. If you talk about direct connect, the report, the Nous report, talks about $16 million of productivity benefits.
Sorry, but they say that that option is expected to deliver net benefits compared to the status quo, doesn't it?
The status quo is $8 million, that's 16. Over 20 years, this is a few $100,000 a year.
That's not the question. The question is, it delivers net benefits, according to this report, to adopt interoperability.
Yeah, so financially, yeah, that is mathematically true, but however, you need to look at it in its entirety, which is how we read it. That report, it regards it as technically complex, highly complex, not feasible for more than 2 participants.
Still has a benefit. Still has a benefit.
Still has a benefit, marginal at best.
And that's a financial benefit. We're looking at net public benefit.
Yeah.
A failure of 10,000 on-day settlements is something that we take very seriously.
They say that not only will there be consumer price savings by those options, they also say this, that very notably that the service quality would improve as well with those options.
Yeah,
so I appreciate from your perspective you don't want interoperability.
We
can't really say this report.
So we don't agree with that, and we think that the other report, also independent, very clearly laid out that the service quality risks are very real.
Did you hear what Arnex said about that report? Because they didn't read it in the way that you're reading it either.
Yeah, I'm just sharing. You're asking our views, so I'm sharing that. 5 to 10% drop in on-day settlement, about 10,000 people across the country.
If we could just, if we could just slow it down a bit, I feel like
we could just be accurate.
Mr. Cohen's trying to answer.
Potential.
Mr. Cohen has the call.
Yeah, so I was just saying, so 5 to 10% drop in on-day settlement.
Potential,
but these are also potential benefits. We're all speaking of hypotheticals here.
let's just be clear about it.
Very clear. But, you know, our North Star here is on-day settlement. We want people to move into their homes on the day in their contract when anticipated. So 5 to 10% drop, 10,000 people across the country who miss that settlement. We've never released a software product or a process change that would result in a worse customer experience. So what we're being...
With respect though, Mr. Cohen, I understand what you say about the North Star. That is absolutely, I am absolutely sure that you want to provide a good customer service.
Right.
But your North Star is your profits. Your North Star is your financial position as a monopoly provider in this market. When it comes to the decisions you make about interoperability, it's about your bottom line first and foremost, isn't it?
No, we've been very clear on interoperability. It's the functionality, the transaction integrity, which will flow through, of course, to business outcomes. At the end of the day...
So you don't care about your shareholders and your responsibility to increase the profit
our shareholders
for
care about us providing a great service, and a great service for us is people settling on day on time. In order to do that, interoperability introduces massive amounts of technical risk, which the reports lay out very clearly.
If you do not play ball, of course it will. Let me put that into a question.
Sure.
Do you agree that the level of risk could be reduced by you doing more to help the process?
No, I would disagree with that. We spent, like I said in my opening statement, 5 years, over $22 million of our own money, 200 workshops, 100 governance meetings, some of our best people working on this, to try and bring up a direct connect system, and it was unfeasible. And the reports confirm that.
No, they say that in what way do they say it's unfeasible? They say that the problems, and even when you look at ARNEC's statement that it puts out when these reports are released, it makes it very clear that the problem is with regulatory framework, but also with the inability of the stakeholders to come together. And I know that there's been problems with the banks being left out of it for a bit and all the rest of it, but can you honestly, hand on heart, say that PEXA has done everything it possibly can to get to a point of interoperability when you are very publicly on the record saying you don't want interoperability?
We've done everything we can to participate and attended every workshop and every meeting and every document that was asked of us. And at the end of that process, we've been very clear for the last year or so on why it didn't work. And so those statements are on record, yes.
It's incredible. Go.
Missed
me.
Ms. Carter, she hasn't been here, so give her a go.
I'm here.
Jump in.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering, are you able to confirm whether you stand ready to meet your financial obligations to NECDS Limited?
Sure. I mean, we just received a series of questions from Mr. Fang on this topic.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
And that specific question?
Yeah, so
oh, apologies.
That's okay.
Okay. And sorry, just remind me, the answer was?
I mean, yes, so we are in discussions with NECDS Corp about how the fees will be charged and the reasonableness of those costs, and those are currently being discussed.
Okay. And can you confirm whether you've received a cease and desist letter from the private titles operator in South Australia in relation to the use of their data?
I might get Ms. Gill to answer that.
We're not in breach of anything at the moment. We're complying. We're in discussion.
Sorry, that wasn't the question. Did you get the cease and desist letter?
We've been advised that the APIs may be considered VAS, but it's currently under consideration. We have received communication that it is currently under consideration. We're not in breach.
Sorry, currently under consideration by whom?
By the operator, the registrar in South Australia. They are considering the private operator's view of APIs, and they're considering ours at the moment.
Okay, so what's the issue that led to this dispute being raised?
Whether they're a valuated service or not.
Right, okay. So you did or you didn't get a cease and desist letter?
We got a letter from the private operator believing that that it is a valuated service. We contest that, and we're currently in discussion with the registrar.
You can't even admit that you got the letter.
Sorry,
How
Mr. Fang.
Mr.
Fang.
I just don't understand.
I think I understand what the point of order is going to be. Ms. Gill is answering, and I'd like to hear the answer. You have to call.
We did get correspondence from the private operator that they believe that it is a valuated service and we're not complying. We take a different view, and we're currently in discussion with the registrar who is the ultimate arbitrator of that decision.
And what's the timeline for the outcome of those discussions?
It's currently being looked at the moment. We haven't had a timeline on when that will be resolved.
And so that hasn't impacted your operations in the short term?
No, because it's currently being considered.
Okay, thank you.
That was a yes, by the way. I think.
You didn't have a question over and above your point of order? Okay.
No writing instructions, Cam?
I guess my question is, looking at where we are now, it's 4 years since we passed that legislation.
Yep.
There's been a whole series of meetings with ARNEC, back and forward. We are really nowhere closer to enacting what I would call the Dominello Manifesto. Should we have done some of this work that we are now doing now with these 2 reviews, actually looking into the feasibility of what we're trying to achieve before we just charged headlong into this reform? Should we have done all this homework that we are now doing now before we pass legislation trying to pass essentially what was Dominello's brain fart?
I mean, I think there's a question there.
Well, from your perspective, should we have done some of this preliminary work to understand the complexities, what was going to be needed, all the different trip hazards, etc., we would come across before we actually passed legislation?
Yeah, so, I mean, as you know, Mr. Benisak, I stepped into the role about 11 months ago, and I walked into sort of the tail end of the interoperability program after it had been paused. I think it was a well-meaning idea initially, 4, 5, 6 years ago. I think the concepts around interoperability and technology were somewhat copied and assumed to work simplistically, like in telecommunications or in certain financial services or content. This is sufficiently more complex. We've got state and territory-based specifics here. We've got multiple financial institutions. And then we've got the idea that there was going to be, under the COAG initiative, a single national network for settling and lodging property. So the die was cast very much in how this platform was built by both states, private investors, PEXA, and a whole bunch of technology providers. So yes, had the work been done all that time ago to understand the real technical complexity of interoperability, the system may have been designed differently. But the way in which it's designed now, again, highly secure, great transaction integrity, massive improvement in fraud, and huge digitisation and economic benefits across the country means that that is why the reports found that there is no better system than the status quo.
So do we have to go back to the drawing board and, as Mr. Murphy suggested, a nationalised model and rethink how we do it? Is that the path forward, in your opinion?
Look, my opinion is that with no solution better than the status quo, a model that looks at the asset, looks at the national network, understands what regulatory uplift may make sense, which we're more than willing to participate. We're preparing a piece of work for ARNEC on what that regulatory uplift could look like, considers new technologies around payments, considers new technologies around AI and automation, how to make the system more secure, we think is a good way forward, yes.
Just picking up on that line of questioning, and I don't think that any of the four of you were around in the Dominello era,
That's
so to
true.
speak. But do you have any information in regards to the work that was done back then? My recollection is that there was a particular consultant, maybe it was a law firm, that undertook some work, and I'm just seeking whether PEXA was involved.
Yeah, there's been a number of reviews, and we have listed them in our submissions, but we can resubmit that for you. We've got to also understand that digital technology interoperability of this nature is fairly new. They're looking at it internationally as well. So I do think they'll look at this process as something that is internationally leading. So I don't think that the forefathers of e-conveyancing could have actually predicted what this might look like, because they did apply a telecommunications lens through it. We're talking about physical infrastructure where there's a point-to-point connection for interoperability. This is far more complex, and what we've run into, I think, was unforeseen. So to be charitable to those who actually went forward with this with the right intention, I don't think that many people could have actually envisaged the complexity of it.
All right. Anything further to add? No? I think, did you have one
I've
final?
got it, yeah.
All right.
Questions?
Bring it home, Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Ms. Worrell, you're the acting group Chief Financial Officer at the moment, is that correct?
That's correct.
What happened to the previous Chief Financial Officer?
He left the group in July last year.
Okay. Is it true that you've also had the General Manager of Technology, General Manager of Risk, General Manager of Strategy and Delivery, General Manager of Regulatory Affairs, General Manager of Practitioner Services, and the Head of Group Experience and Design leave your organisation recently?
So some of those roles you speak of are people who have left PEXA in various time frames. None of them were sudden, and none of them were extremely recent, except the GM of Regulatory Affairs who left in November. I came into the role in March of last year, like I mentioned to Mr. Martin. We have done an organisational redesign. We've focused on priorities. Naturally, there were changes to the way teams were structured. All of that is part and parcel of just redesigning our corporate strategy under new leadership.
Okay. Do you have a corporate issue in your organisation?
No, we don't believe so.
Okay, that's it?
I mean,
All right.
I've got plenty more, but...
No, that'll do it for today. Thank you all for your time again.
Thank you.
Questions that were taken on notice will be addressed by the Secretariat soon.
Thank you.
And we'll break before lunch now until 1:30.
Well, they are looking for a new head of
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
next witness for this afternoon's session, just ask that you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Sure. I'm Philip Joyce, the CEO of Simply. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Please. Okay. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to talk with you again today. This is an important inquiry to ensure that state law is enforced, a monopoly is held to account, and the Government of New South Wales takes action. There is a clear pathway forward, as recommended in the ARNEC-sponsored functional and cost-benefit reviews. Both reports recommend practitioner first as the critical step to deliver choice for legal practitioners, consistency for banks, and greater resiliency for the industry. You heard from the authors of the functional review this morning. Practitioner first can be delivered next year. There is a viable pathway with minimal disruption for banks. There are clear next steps for New South Wales Government to implement without delay. Act on the recommended solution from their reviews. Communicate that practitioner first will be required by June next year at the latest. Use their extensive powers to hold the LNOs to account to deliver to that deadline for their legislated obligation, and start the implementation. Ask the RBA for their support with financial settlement. Let's all be clear. If New South Wales Government fails to enforce its own laws, two significant issues become worse. Issue number one, PEXA will continue to behave as an unaccountable monopoly and remains a massive single point of failure risk in property settlements. Issue number two, the PEXA monopoly will continue to deny genuine choice to thousands of small businesses and their clients in New South Wales and block the huge benefits of a more competitive and more resilient settlement system. When I last spoke before this committee, I raised the risks and dire consequences of a multi-day outage impacting the PEXA monopoly. Despite their aged and complex IT systems, the monopoly claims this will never happen and they can recover in any circumstance within 4 hours. Is this credible? Given PEXA's aggressive monopolistic behaviour, why should we trust or believe statements for the future of our $1 trillion market, which supports every single home buyer and seller in the country? As a case in point, and as was referenced earlier today, on Tuesday the 27th of January of this year, what started as an RBA issue, which they resolved later that day, still had major PEXA recovery issues for the rest of that week, delaying customer settlements with significant impact for hundreds of families. Without New South Wales Government action, the question is not if a catastrophic multi-day issue happens, it's when it happens. There is an answer. Once Practitioner First is live next year, if PEXA were to go down, Simply could step in and vice versa. It is obvious, isn't it? PEXA are the main blocker here. They have spent significant legal and lobbying efforts to scaremonger the New South Wales Government from acting here. We should not be surprised that PEXA ruthlessly and relentlessly work to protect their monopoly. We must not allow their constantly changing, unevidenced claims to stop this reform. As an example, their claims on potential service degradation have not been evidenced in any way for Practitioner First. In fact, at Simply we've done the work and we have the evidence that this can be delivered safely, securely, and back up the reviews that this is solvable. You heard from the experts. There is more collective work to do, yes, but it's feasible and there is a viable path. New South Wales Government have considerable powers to ensure that PEXA deliver Practitioner First, and this is really important. Regulatory powers to make sure they maintain the service levels to their customers on their network, which includes the banks. Now, PEXA will continue to make erroneous claims about financial settlements and their bank processes, so have New South Wales Government clearly asked the RBA for their help and oversight in the implementation program. Again, the reviews have clear recommendations and a clear path in that regard. But I'm deeply concerned. I'm concerned that New South Wales Government will stop the reform and say there's nothing meaningful they can do, it's a federal problem. The truth is this is primarily a state issue and New South Wales Government doing nothing is not an option. When they are the accountable regulator for LNOs, when they have significant enforcement powers to issue directions to LNOs, when they have pricing and mandating powers to incentivise ELNOs, when they can work in partnership with the RBA to engage banks, when federal support can happen in parallel to New South Wales action. Consumers and small businesses deserve the benefits of competition and resilience in New South Wales, and this can be delivered next year. Given the clear pathway forward, this committee should not accept the obstruction of the will of Parliament by an entrenched monopoly protecting its profits, nor a state government not enforcing its own laws. So, in conclusion, I urge the committee to use this inquiry and its report to, number one, ensure that New South Wales Government implements the recommended solution from their reviews, deliver practitioner first by next year. Number two, ensure that New South Wales Government uses their extensive powers to hold both PEXA and Simply to account to their legislated obligation to deliver interoperability, and in doing so, resolve today's critical resiliency and competition issues. And lastly, to ensure New South Wales Government clearly asks the RBA to support the delivery of the programme and the engagement of the banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. The committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so I'm just looking for anyone to open up the batting order. Another sporting analogy for today. Ms. Carter?
Yeah, just a quick question, Mr. Joyce. You're talking about the recent failure and the problems. Yes, it was a Reserve Bank issue that triggered it. The information that has been given to me is that the reason that it took a long time to get back up was all the Reserve Bank, but you're saying it was initially Reserve Bank and then it was a PEXA issue after that?
Well, let me relay the facts that are in the public domain, because that's all we can deal to. Ms. Boyd referenced this earlier, but what PEXA have declared is there are 900 settlements that, despite the RBA being back online later that day, didn't happen on the day. Now, given there are multiple parties to a settlement, that is thousands of people who didn't settle their property on the day. You heard the banks talk about this today. You heard conveyancers talk about it last time. On-day settlement is a problem. So, I can't talk to what PEXA issues there were. I can just talk to what happened. When practitioner first is delivered, there will be more recovery options for this industry. There are none today. Every single conveyancer, consumer, citizen were at the mercy of when they could recover and when it could be settled. We've talked a lot about competition, and rightly so, but the bigger issue I think in front of us here is resiliency, recovery. When we deliver this next year, we'll have greater recovery options for when an issue occurs, and it will. No network can confidently say they won't have issues. So that's just an example less than a month ago, which had real consumer impact.
So just picking up on that, sorry, Ms. Carter. In the case of that January incident, if Simply was fully in the market with practitioner first and interoperability was happening, what guarantee would we have that both PEXA and Simply would have had those same problems, and we would have been left with no one in that state? Is there? You said no system can guarantee that, so it's quite possible interoperability will still have that issue where both LMOs go down at the same time.
What I can guarantee you is, if we persist with a monopoly, then there are no other options. That's a guarantee. So this entire market will be reliant upon that single point of failure. The beauty of the design of interoperability is it actually builds for an ELNO to step in once a transaction's ready to settle, which were exactly the transactions impacted on that day. Clearly, design work is required. Clearly, this may not be for every single scenario, but I want to be crystal clear. Today, there are no other options. In the future, there will be, and that could be delivered next year. So that surely is a massive impetus for government to act. Because without it, if an issue occurs over multiple days, that will be catastrophic. And the cost of that actually will go into the tens of hundreds of millions now. We'll touch on benefits, I'm sure, at some point. I don't think that's adequately been surfaced. Today, wholly reliant on one monopoly. The future, we have options.
Can I ask on the back of that as well? Because we keep hearing those that are reading the reports in a certain way, and even from before the reports came out, talking about this degradation of service that's going to occur. in PEXA's annual report, they say that during financial year 25, there was a 14.8% increase in service disruptions in their service. And they say, while none of the disruptions resulted in full system outage, any disruption is frustrating for our customers. So they, just PEXA by itself, experienced this 14.8% degradation in their service. I guess what would you put that down to, and what do you make of this argument that more players will sort of increase the risk of service outage or degradation of service?
I'm glad you brought up the concept which was really clear from the banks around the potential for service degradation, and thank you for pointing out what PEXA have declared. We heard it from conveyancers last time, didn't we? There are on-day, on-time settlement issues today. I cannot foresee how a competitive market doesn't drive improvement to that. But I need to comment on one thing that's in the report. The report does not say there will be a degradation in on-time settlement. I think you probed that really successfully earlier. What it does note on page 9 is there are unsubstantiated IP claims by PEXA, which, if correct, may make that a possibility, but that under practitioner first, it was less of a concern. I think the key point goes to their behaviour and the fact they've hid behind unsubstantiated IP claims for years. Now, through the reviews, what the good news is, once these were properly interrogated, they've backtracked on those claims, but they've raised new ones. This should not surprise us, but we heard from the reviewers these are solvable, particularly in the context of practitioner first. But New South Wales Government needs to take action to hold PEXA to account. Clearly, I think what wasn't stated earlier is under a practitioner first model, the banks stay on PEXA. Is it clear to PEXA what they would need from us to ensure the same service levels for the banks? Of course it is. But why would they say they would degrade their service when there is a technical answer? You heard that very clearly. Now, I think because some of this spans occasionally financial settlement, if New South Wales Government wants specifically help on that part, ask the RBA to join the governance of the program. I was encouraged by some of the bank's commentary that they would commit to a program. We all know there's improvements. So my summary view is there are problems today, they will improve through competition, and the degradation claims are not substantiated, and we can solve for that.
Just one last one.
Keep going, and
sorry,
then we'll go to Ms.
Just on that, while we're still talking about those kind of failures, the report also says in the cost-benefit report, it says in relation to option 1, the direct connect, as well as option 6, which was that, sorry, someone said it before, the practitioner first, then leading to that full interoperability. It says, quote, are expected to improve market resilience because infrastructure is better distributed across ELNOs, eliminating national single points of failure, end quote. How do you reconcile what the report says there with the statements we heard from PEXA earlier about this degradation of service?
I want to reiterate the point because those claims about degradation of service have not been evidenced. I think that what the bank said is really important. They want this to be an evidence-based program. To be blunt, as the challenger, all the burden of evidence has fallen on ourselves. Why will this work? None of it's fallen on the incumbent to say, I've never seen them prove any of their cases. In fact, during the review process, again, what were previously significant IP issues, they backed away from. I think the facts tell a different story, don't they? I think this is technically solvable. All its API connections, we talked about that a lot last time, so, but we need to go through an objective structure. But let's be clear on the blocker. The blocker is an incumbent who has every incentive to delay and obscure. That's why we need action. That's why we need New South Wales to use their powers to bring them to the table. Without it, you'll hear versions of what we heard in all the reviews. But I think to your point, we've had so many reviews of this market. All of them say a competitive market is better, a competitive market is more resilient. We now need action. And I ought to say, this point, just one topic I said last time, obviously better benefits for consumers, more resilient. And as the Australian Centre for Cybersecurity said, over-reliance on one provider in a market increases cyber risks. So there's resilience to cyber risks. So all of these point to, as both reviews say, this is better than the status quo of an entrenched monopoly, but we need action.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Ms. McDonald?
you mentioned IP before, and PEXA have claimed substantial, say, IP issues, and from what I can gather, simply haven't put forward IP as an issue, nor have you said that there's anything to do with PEXA's IP. Did you want to put on record, or do you have a view on IP with PEXA and simply?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a very clear view. Context being, we've never received any IP claims from PEXA. We've built similar features on our platform. And again, to confirm what the reports say for practitioner first, there is no clear IP. But again, because of the structured review process, PEXA have had to walk back from their previous IP claims. Now, they're going to make unsubstantiated claims, therefore we need government action to hold them to account. These are all solvable. I think we heard that really clearly from the reviewers. Is there an element of complexity on some portion of those? I think linked settlements was called out earlier. Yes, otherwise we'd have done it already. But these are all technically solvable. We've done the work. We haven't down tools. We've completed the baselining of the protocols. We've done detailed process work. We can evidence this. I have seen no evidence from the monopoly. So I think government should have confidence that this is now an implementation question. How best do we implement? I can't see us able to implement this unless New South Wales takes very assertive action with their powers over the monopoly.
So on the practitioner first model, so PEXA have again stated that simply wouldn't be acting, if under this practitioner first model, that simply wouldn't be acting as an ELNO, but would be using like a practice management system. What do you say about that? Are you just simply sort of on the good work of PEXA, riding on their good work, or?
To characterise this as a PMS integration is a gross misrepresentation. Goes to the heart of PEXA's position, doesn't it? They don't want competition in this market. Let me give a bit of context. Interoperability has always included the concept that one ELNO performs the final lodgement and settlement to protect the integrity of the registries and protect the integrity of settlement instructions to banks and the RBA. This has been formally agreed to by PEXA and Simply multiple times. With practitioner first, PEXA will be the ELNO to the banks. We will be the ELNO for our customers. What does that mean? We will still be connecting to land registries, revenue offices, the ATO on behalf of our customers. I have a laundry list of things we do, but we'll be validating title, we'll be confirming duty, we'll be creating documents. I won't name all of them, but suffice to say they're all significant value-adding ELNO activities. Now, PEXA will continue to make these baseless claims because they want to protect their profits. That is crystal clear to all of us. That's why we need action from the regulator, which is New South Wales Registrar.
Mr. Fain, and then we'll go back to Ms. Carter.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Joyce. Ms. Boyd was, I would say, very successful in questioning PEXA in relation to their interpretation of the reports that were delivered and perhaps putting a different perspective on it. Did you have a view on their interpretation of the reports, and might you want to respond with perhaps the Simply interpretation that I suspect is somewhat different to their view? Putting it kindly.
Yes, thank you. Why are we surprised? Of course they're going to say that a monopoly is better. No study of this market has said a monopoly is better. The reviews are clear. Both recommend the next best step for this market is to deliver practitioner first, which will deliver in 12 to 18 months benefits for the citizens of New South Wales. Though the reports are crystal clear. I think it was good to hear from the reviewers earlier that said there's some complexity, but it's solvable. The biggest complexity here is the incumbent. The biggest complexity here is continued baseless claims. That will continue until there's government action. So our view is really clear. We don't need another review. We need action. We need New South Wales Government to use their powers, hold them to account, and where federal help is required, ask for that in parallel, but take action, because inaction achieves nothing, and within 12 to 18 months, we could have a more competitive, more resilient system here in New South Wales.
I noted that the authors of the report provided a different view to what PEXA did in terms of the reports that were referenced. Do you think that the evidence from PEXA was cherry-picked? Do you think it was tainted, or do you think it was simply misleading?
Oh, look, I'll leave it to the committee to make their conclusions, but what we've seen in this market is continued aggressive monopoly behaviour to protect their profits. I mentioned it last time, but it's worth reminding ourselves, every single day of delay means $1 million of uncontested revenue for PEXA. It's working. They've already chased one owner out of the market, haven't they? LexTech. We're the next one in the line of fire unless there is action. I think it's clear from their behaviour how they are suing their own regulator when they have an answer they don't like, that they want to protect. I think Ms. Boyd did an excellent job earlier. It's obvious. It's obvious what their tactics are trying to do. And of course, they would look to characterise what are very clear recommendations in a different light. We read the reports very clearly. Recommend practitioner first is delivered, can be done within 12 to 18 months. Powers can be used to hold LNOs to account. That's it. Let's act. I think we don't need another review.
Yep.
We need to act on this.
And in circumstances where, as the Honourable Cameron Murphy indicated, the Wesfang National Party view of pushing the nuclear button, look, I'm happy to own it, in case we ever want to name name whatever it is that we decide to do in this matter. But if we do have the Wesfang National Party nuclear button push, and we decide that PEXA has been seeking to stifle competition and disregard the regulator and the Parliament and try and keep its monopoly position in the market, and the regulator decides to remove their licence in New South Wales, what other means is there for settlements to occur? So is it the case that simply could step in the short term, or is it that they are so entrenched that their removal will actually create chaos? Because that in and of itself is a huge problem.
Yeah, I think the key point you're making, and I'm trying to think of an acronym, but I can't.
But it's all right, we've had enough of those today.
I think the key point you're making is their incentives are so entrenched, it's got to be something severe, because every incentive is pushing them to delay, and we've seen that. That's why this reform has taken so long. It's not that it's not technically feasible, because the reports say. It's not that every single report articulates that this market would benefit from more competition, more resilience. It's an entrenchment of it. So your point, the intent of your point is absolutely sound. We touched on this at the last inquiry, but of course the digitisation of this has many benefits. So to extract ourselves from that would be chaotic. Now, could we step in? Are we a comparable network in New South Wales? Yes, we are. I don't think we want to go that far. But what could we do? What could New South Wales do tomorrow? They could state, as part of the legislative obligation, practitioner first to be delivered next year. They could give binding directions to LNOs to deliver to that. They could set up the implementation program and do the work that the review has said. Close out the final small matters to give confidence to the banks. They could ask the RBA to get involved in the implementation program. They could set up the program and explore pricing powers on the basis of the IPART review. They could explore mandating. And all of this they could do in parallel to asking for federal regulator help. So I've listed 6 or 7 meaningful actions they could take tomorrow that would progress this reform. Now, so that's what I would advise. Those are the steps which are clear in the review. But I think the point you're making, which you made last time, when I think it's really sound, it's the incumbent is not going to do this willingly. we seem to have spent so long designing around them and considering around them. They, to be blunt, do they know exactly what they need to maintain on-time settlement for the banks? Of course they do. They're the ones claiming it will degrade when they have the answers. So let's know what we're dealing with. Action is required along the lines I've mentioned. Let's do that first. Let's do those clear actions which are very much in line with the review recommendations.
Yeah, look, happy to try your way, but if we don't, I think we still hit the nuclear button. Just saying.
You'll have a chance to ask the government whether they're going to do that in a minute.
No, I know.
Miss Carter.
Just a question in relation to your supplementary submission. Thank you very much. Talking about Simply's commitment to the practitioner first release of interoperability, you make the point that Simply doesn't believe that this, in relation to the ABA's single point of failure, Simply doesn't believe this needs to be a standard that the rest of the market and consumers need to accept if there is a genuine alternative to increase overall market resilience. Could you perhaps amplify that, why you believe that ABA standards are set in the wrong place in terms of interoperability?
Well, I think what the ABA have said a couple of times here is there's ways, and we'll have to look at the ABA's transcript again. The ABA have said a couple of times, despite their banks' APRA obligations for continuity of service, that they think there's ways around the single point of failure that don't require interoperability. I'll be honest, I'm deeply in this industry and I don't know what that is. I've not seen the evidence of that. So I'm encouraged by the bank's earlier comments that they want evidence. I do too. Now, the evidence is clear with practitioner first. It gives, to the earlier question, it gives more recovery options. So I would think even on a resiliency business case, to some of the inquiry to the banks earlier, they would see merits in that. So we've had the opportunity to take a couple of the banks through practitioner first in more depth to build on the reviewers' work, but I'm encouraged by their commentary today that they would commit to further work, further detail, and I think through that further detail would build the trust and confidence of the delivery of this. Again, let's be blunt. They are being told by their current provider, I think Westpac called them a vendor, they're being told by a vendor that they'll degrade their service in a competitive market. What's the motive? Protection of profit. Banks need to do more, and ABA need to do more to hold their vendor to account. But the vendor's regulator is New South Wales Government. So we need New South Wales Government action. There's clear recommendations in the reports about how to proceed with the governance of this. I think then, to your point, then there's the evidence, the trust and the confidence.
I admit I struggle with the argument that competition leads to degraded service because the accepted wisdom is it's generally the other way around, and so I'm trying to understand the basis of that argument.
We don't accept that argument either, and again, Tarita, we've not seen the evidence for it. I think, go back to what the objective witnesses said, both the competition experts and the technical and IP experts. There is no technical reason for this. These are established standards, established processes. I think one of the conversations earlier was around equivalence and that principle. That principle is in our regulation deliberately to stop one provider sabotaging or purposely degrading service. My suspicion is that's the motive behind this. Again, we've not seen the evidence. The good news is the reviews as a structured process showed there's a pathway through this. And so that's what needs to happen next. We need action.
Mr. Murphy, you got any questions?
Nothing.
If there's
No instructions.
No other questions? No.
No ticker.
Oh, thank you.
May I make just a couple of quick closing remarks, Chair?
You can.
Thank you. To aid the committee, just a couple of things. New South Wales Parliament has legislated that PEXA and Simply must interoperate. New South Wales Government has extensive powers to ensure that PEXA and Simply deliver to that obligation. Inaction achieves nothing. The only winner from that is the monopoly. Whilst federal support would be welcome, it's not a reason to stop. This can be done in parallel to New South Wales Government action. If progress is not made, New South Wales will be left with an entrenched monopoly and a massive single point of failure affecting all home buyers and sellers. Now is the time for New South Wales Government to act on the recommendations from their reviews. hold LNOs to account, and then next year, New South Wales citizens will have the benefit from a more competitive and more resilient market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but the committee may have supplementary questions that they will put to you, and the Secretary will be in touch with those and how to get them back to us. So thank you for your time, and we will now bring forth the next witnesses. Next witnesses representatives from IPART. So starting with Ms Towers on my left, can you state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
Sure. Fiona Towers. I'm the Executive Director of Pricing and Policy at IPART, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Nichols.
Andrew Nichols, Chief Executive Officer of IPART. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Jennifer Vincent, Director at IPART, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would either three of you like to make a short opening statement?
I would, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. The Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal of New South Wales, or IPART, welcomes this inquiry into competition reforms in electronic conveyancing in New South Wales. The Tribunal regulates key markets and New South Wales government services to ensure effective social, environmental and economic outcomes. The Tribunal undertakes investigations and makes reports on a range of issues under our legislation or when commissioned by the New South Wales Government. The Tribunal currently consists of 4 independent statutory officers, and their determinations and recommendations are not subject to the control or direction of the New South Wales Government. As CEO, I lead the IPART Secretariat, which provides expert advice to the Tribunal, and I am joined today by my colleagues who have some experience on the topic of today's hearing. However, we are not the decision makers when it comes to the Tribunal's work. IPART has undertaken 2 reviews on aspects of e-conveyancing and is currently conducting a 3rd review. The New South Wales Government has commissioned each review on behalf of the other Australian jurisdictions represented by ARNEC. And if I could just pause here, with some of the evidence that was provided this morning, there was perhaps a misconception that we are the regulator of these entities. We are not. ARNEC is the regulator of these entities, but we provide advice to the New South Wales Government, which is in turn provided to ARNEC, just to clarify our role. The first review, completed in 2019, assessed the state of the e-conveyancing market in New South Wales and made recommendations on the pricing regulatory framework for LNOs in New South Wales. At the time, the then Tribunal found that the e-conveyancing market in New South Wales was highly concentrated and was likely to remain so in the short term. The Tribunal recommended that interoperability be implemented as soon as possible. IPART recommended maximum prices that any LNO can charge be set in line with PEXA's prices at the time, increasing by CPI annually for 2 years and then subject to further review. It was recognised that it was important to continually review prices as the market developed. IPART also made recommendations on the maximum prices for services provided by LNOs to the New South Wales Land Registry Services and to Revenue New South Wales. IPART's second review, completed in 2023, made recommendations on the fees that LNOs can charge each other in interoperable transactions. These fees represented a cost-sharing arrangement between LNOs, not an additional fee to subscribers. IPART also found that LNO service fees should be reviewed again to reflect changes in inputs such as transaction volumes, cost efficiencies and innovation, as well as the costs of implementing interoperability. This has led to IPART's third and current review commencing last year, which is to investigate whether there is a need for continued regulation of LNO service fees, and if so, how these fees should be regulated. The Tribunal has sought and received a 3-month extension until the 30th of September 2026, and this extension was sought and granted to allow consideration of the other concurrent reviews of the conveyancing market. We would be pleased to elaborate on any relevant matters and welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee's resolved to have free flow questions. So I might start with Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today. I appreciate that it's somewhat a complex and can be contested space, but just in relation to the reviews themselves, the last one that you spoke of that you said is now extended until September this year, I believe.
The current one, yes.
Yeah, in relation to whether IPART continues to, I guess, provide guidance around whether there's pricing regulation in the conveyancing space. One of the biggest arguments that PEXA has made about continuing with a single model monopoly market is that they are regulated in pricing, and that IPART reviews their model. What would be the likelihood that with a deregulated, non-IPART monitored model that we could see increases above what you might normally grant in this circumstance?
Thank you for the question. If I'm interpreting your question, if you think of regulation on a spectrum, and so if you have a monopoly or a near monopoly service provider, there's a stronger case for regulation, licensing, price regulation, other types of regulation. As you move down the spectrum of competition, the case for strong regulation diminishes, and the market usually is more successful than regulators at driving efficiency and innovation in marketplaces. And for that reason, it's preferable to see more rather than less competition in markets where the costs and benefits will stack up for doing that. Without getting ahead of our current review, because we're obviously examining these issues, but typically if you had 2 or more operators, then we may reconsider what the mix of regulation is. But even with 2 operators, I would expect, without sort of getting ahead of our decision making, that you would still need some level of regulation even in a model where there were two operators. But part of what we're looking at right now is to consider these questions.
And in terms of that inquiry, was it open for submissions, as in did PEXA make a submission in relation to this? Did they have a view as to what whether they preferred to be regulated by an IPART model, or
they did?
They did.
They provided. We did have submissions.
Yes.
I think we got 10-ish. They're on our website. But yes, PEXA put in a proposal, like a pricing proposal. From my memory of it, they didn't actually say what their preference was for regulation. They put a proposal in as if they were being regulated. But the point is that we're making recommendations to ARNEC. ARNEC is their regulator.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, and these questions, I think, are framed in a more
generic
term. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So
could I pick up on that just to
talk
about
please,
IPARTs?
Yeah.
Because
you tend to be the more articulate.
No,
I'm the more.
I think.
Let's go with that.
No, because I think you've raised a really good point.
I tend to do that.
There's a bit in the PEXA submission that they made to you where they say, quote, IPART's TOR for this review also requires it to consider supporting and promoting competition in the LNO market. Therefore, it'd be inappropriate and inconsistent with allowing for competition for IPART to set LNO service fees at a level that assumes one monopoly supplier with 100% market share, end quote. I read that as PEXA really wanting to have their cake and eat it too, because they're saying we don't want interoperability, we want to have a monopoly, but also please, IPART, don't set our fees as though we're a monopoly, because it's in your interest for there to be competition. Does that strike you as an accurate reflection on that paragraph?
Well, I'm happy to accept your interpretation of it. I mean, clearly
Very
we've tried
good.
to...
He's diplomatic, isn't he?
We have, if you go back to our 2019 review, perhaps, in part to answer the question, IPART at that time made a decision to set the fees at the price that PEXA was charging. The view, part of the reason for that, apart from having conducted a thorough process of examining their costs, was a view that if there was going to be new entrants, it's likely that they would price below what the PEXA price was. So that wasn't necessarily a view on what their, what a monopoly price would be, but rather setting a benchmark for a price that would not be excessive as new entrants were to come into the marketplace. Now, we're examining that proposition as part of our current review to see whether that's still valid. And our starting proposition on the review is obviously to consider where the current reviews, like the Mouse review, the other review that you heard from this morning, and the decisions of ARNEC flowing out of that, and indeed the recommendations coming from this review, to take into account the right policy settings for whether there's been a change in the last 7 years, because it's 7 years ago since we last examined the prices, or not, in terms of where we set that benchmark. It's a matter for PEXA in terms of arguing their case, to us in their submissions, and we will have public hearings and processes to allow people to provide their input in due course, and I'm sure they'll be forthcoming in their views.
I've only got one more question that I'm happy to hand over, Chair. But just in relation to reviews, obviously you've spoken about the current review that's happening, but you're also doing another one, I believe, the NECDS review. How long has that been undertaken?
It's happening as part of the current review.
No, we don't have a role.
We don't.
So you're not actually looking at that matter?
We will be looking at it in terms of the question of the cost base.
Yes.
For all LNOs as part of the price setting process.
Yes.
We don't have a separate engagement in relation to that specific issue, and
Okay.
I heard the evidence this morning that I'm sure you're referring to. But we will be considering as part of that review questions around whether those costs should be absorbed into the cost base or
passed on through the consumer.
So that's something that we will consider as part of the broader question of setting prices.
Okay.
But the broader question will look at all the input costs and pros and cons.
And so that is part of the review that's been extended now until September?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So in those circumstances, then when PEXA has decided to take the regulator to court in order to try and avoid this $1 transaction fee, they could simply have just waited until September when you would have provided them an answer.
We can't
It's a
really
statement
comment
more than a
on
question, but
on-
I mean, you could
on
just
a- on a
nod
legal-
and say yes, and that's fine.
We can't comment on a legal matter between two other entities.
Oh,
so,
I mean, I do. I don't know why you wouldn't. It's never stopped me.
I'm the independent regulator.
Well,
Yeah, live a little, be fine.
Well answered.
Yeah, he's very diplomatic. I like him.
He is. You should learn a few things.
Thank you for being here. I really just have one question in relation to the first IPART review that you spoke about, where you expressed the view that interoperability and competition in this sector would be welcome. In subsequent reviews, have you changed that view?
Our second review didn't expressly look at that question. We've committed as part of this review to examine the policy settings and consider whether anything's changed. Obviously, 7 years is a long time. If you go back to 2019, the Tribunal was concerned at that stage that it was too early in the maturity of the market, which is why it made recommendations at the time for reviews of prices every couple of years and some price paths in between, so that we can come back and address the question as to whether there's any change in those policy settings. That said, we are looking at prices, so we haven't been commissioned by the state government or ARNEC to look at the broader questions around the design and options for interoperability specifically. So we will need to draw from what's happening in other places As I mentioned a minute ago, you know, the other reviews and the outcome of our next considerations to then consider how that affects our policy frameworks in setting prices.
Unrestrained by an external regulator such as ARNEC being advised by you, what would we expect to see happen to prices in a monopoly market?
That's a difficult question to answer because costs go up and down. With new technology, you would expect some costs to come down because as new technologies emerge.
Sorry, I wasn't asking about costs, I was asking about prices.
So typically when we undertake a review of monopoly pricing, we have what's called a building block approach. The building block approach is effectively where we build up the costs. So we look at the costs through the lens of each of the different elements of cost, and we make assessments about what would be the efficient level of cost if this was a competitive marketplace for each one of those cost inputs. So costs are very relevant to monopoly pricing. And then we make allowance for appropriate return on capital and appropriate return on investment to come up with a price, and we do that for all of our prices. So if you think of it through that building block lens, so you've got each of these different elements of the price, I would expect that some things will go up and some things will go down. Technology should be driving costs down, for example, but equally there may be increases in some of the fixed costs of running the business. You know, so I can't say definitively which way the prices would go. The one thing I would say is that as a regulator, the regulated entities tend to come to us very quickly when the prices are when costs are going up, not so quickly when costs are going down. And
Knock me down with a feather.
And so we need to look at the holistic view on cost in coming up with a price. So I know that's not answering your question directly, but I think I'd rather wait until September when we know for sure what those costs look like.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, so just because it's really interesting watching the arguments from PEXA in this, like looking at the arguments that they make in this submission to argue for basically what they want. And I'm fascinated as to how you would actually come up with the price that you come up with. I note that in your submission on page 6, you talk about how you would reconsider if there was enough competition, you'd reconsider whether or not IPART should be involved. So presumably that's why your review has been deferred, so that you can see how that plays out. Yep. But then PEXA say, quote, this is in their submission to you, quote, to assess the adequacy of proposed ELNO fees, IPART should use as the key reference point PEXA's proposed building block costs rather than rely on consultant-generated cost estimates for hypothetical ELNOs as it did in 2019, end quote. So basically, my read of that is they're saying you should set the fees at whatever the fees are, which is quite self-serving. But then they go on to say that they would request an increase to their fees if there was interoperability, so if there was increased competition, where we would expect fees to go down, because, quote, it would have a substantial impact on PEXA's revenues while not reducing any of its costs, and IPART's pricing determination should be adjusted accordingly, end quote. So if there's not competition, you should give them the price that they want, and if there is competition, can you increase the price so that they can still get the price that they want? Do you see any of that argument as being at all compelling?
Well, we obviously examine all of the submissions that we receive very closely, and we understand the reasons why PEXA is putting in the position that they're putting forward. There's no doubt that there may be, and we've said this quite openly, impacts on how they fund fixed costs if they've now got a smaller volume of transactions, potentially. But that's never been a reason not to implement competition. And if you follow the sort of the counterfactual, you end up with a conclusion that every market should be a monopoly because that's the way you can sort of spread the costs the most effectively. And that's not what drives markets and the decisions to enter into markets. We will be obviously examining those positions as part of our review process. I'm certainly not coming here today to say that we are forming a judgment on them. Before we've completed our review process, we're looking at all of those submissions equally and the validity of the arguments that have been put forward to us.
Thank you.
Ms. McDonald.
So can I just follow up on the pricing side, and you might confirm or clarify, because I understand that the New South Wales Register has the power to discount regulated pricing to incentivise competition. Is that the case?
My understanding is that's the
So
case.
IPART sets the maximum price.
We set the maximum.
Yeah.
In this instance, IPART would recommend the maximum price.
In your opinion, do you think that would be effective? And has the New South Register ever asked your advice on this?
I think what you're referring to is the CPI minus X clause in the New South Wales legislation, and my understanding is no, that the price cap applied each year by the New South Wales OIG has been CPI the same as in the other states.
But part of the current terms of reference is for IPART to make some recommendations on how prices should change over time. In a sense, a part of the reviews, we will provide some recommendations.
So that'll form part of your review?
Yep.
Okay, that's good. And I think my colleague might have already asked, and we would think that if you had competition that would drive LNO prices down, is that what you would think as well? I think that's what you asked, isn't it?
Me?
Yes, I know. That's good.
Oh, I've made more statements than asked questions, really.
Sorry.
Well, in general, competition, sort of looking at it holistically, will generally deliver better outcomes for customers. Sometimes that's through pricing, but sometimes it's also through innovation or service quality and other reasons for doing it. So, but certainly it's a mechanism that helps put some level of control over price, whether it's direct competition or the threat of competition, and also that also acts as a way of helping drive pricing, both pricing and more qualitative outcomes. That said, competition in the marketplace as a general principle is always better than having to regulate. Regulators are never as good at driving innovation as good old-fashioned competition.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other further questions?
Oh, Murph's gone. Let me think.
Not too hard.
Hey? Look, I guess I'm somewhat perplexed about the next review, the current review that's now extended until September. If it's the case that we have reviews that have been completed in relation to interoperability, cost-benefit analysis, and the value of competition, ultimately, the review will hinge on whether we are going to have a competitive market and more than one LNO or not. Really, if September is the deadline, then we need to know by September whether or not we are going to see a practitioner-only model implemented in 2027. So if we're unclear by September as to what is going to be happening in 2027 around a practitioner-only model, are you able to deliver your report?
Yes is the short answer. There's always uncertainty when undertaking pricing activities. There's always another thing that arises the week after you make a pricing decision. And so we recognise that there's always going to be something else that you need to look at. So we will take a point-in-time view. Mm-hmm. So wherever the market is at that point in time, with all the best available information, including our next response to those two reviews, the outcome of this process, and we will take that into account in terms of the prospects. What it might do is lead us to making recommendations around the time frame.
Right.
And so if you look at our last couple of reviews, we've really strongly urged subsequent review because we could see so much uncertainty that you don't want to lock something in for a long period of time.
Yeah.
The other principle is that in general with pricing decisions you can always reopen them.
Okay.
So if circumstances change and suddenly a new entrant came in and we now had 3 or something, and the view of ARNEC or the state government was we would like you now to reconsider that, you can always do that in mid-flight. You don't have to sort of wait till the process ends.
Okay. So it's not really the case that you might have a column A, column B, where, you know, scenario is post-2027 that we have a single operator, a monopoly in effect, or that there is more than one operator in the sector post-2027. You wouldn't have that. You'd just have a report which can be refined at another point.
That's right.
But ultimately, would it be fair to say that your preference would be to have clarity around what is happening moving forward prior to doing all that work and all that research and all that time and expense to the people of New South Wales and the New South Wales government and all your wonderful employees and all the wonderful staff that work within your organisation? You'd rather have clarity before you go and do this and then have to turn it around the next day.
Of course, we would always prefer to have clarity, but that said, we are very used to working in the
chaos
of grey of
yeah,
policy
welcome to New South Wales government.
Because I think even if there were statements of intent in that time frame, we still have to regulate for the market as it is at that point in time, and we can't not ignore the current facts against what might happen in a couple of years' time.
So that then leads me to my final question, and just arises from the answer you just provided. What do you view the current market as? Do you view it as a monopoly, or do you view it as a competitive market? Because certainly there is 2 operators in the market. However, it is in effect a monopoly. Are you viewing this as a monopoly market, or do you actually see it as a competitive market?
I think we see it as a competitive market in waiting. So I think we're on record as being concerned about the level of concentration in the marketplace, and we have to date regulated on the basis of that level of concentration, but with an eye to how our price setting will still support other entrants coming into the market and not work against it.
And I said it was my last question, but now I've lied, and something arose out of your last answer, which then leads me to then ask the question: would you have regulated things differently with the view that it was a monopoly, say 4 years ago, as opposed to it being a competitive market in the waiting?
It's a good question.
It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a
it
good question.
arose out of your last answer.
In general, we will approach monopolies differently in terms of recognising that customers don't have a choice. And we will therefore consider that very carefully. And if you look at the IPART Act, there are a range of considerations, one of which is protection of the community from monopolistic pricing, amongst other things. So we would definitely bring that to bear, but that is not. These are not the criteria for this review process. And one of the concerns that the tribunal had in 2019 was not to set prices in such a way that it might discourage that competition. And so that's always got to be a consideration.
No, I think the incumbent's certainly done enough on their own to do that. So yeah, your pricing's had nothing to do with it. So. But then that was a statement. I'm happy to
take
pass
that as a comment.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, well, yeah, I try not to use that phrase. That's very ABC, and it might surprise you. I'm not a big fan.
We all will. Well, there's no other questions or statements or comments or anything like that. We'll,
yes, Tony.
We'll conclude our time with you now. Thank you. I don't think you took any questions on notice.
No, they were
but
great.
The Secretariat will be in touch if we have any supplementary questions as well. So thank you for your time, and we'll now bring up our last witnesses for this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Now welcome our last witnesses for this afternoon. So starting with you, Ms Sanderson, can you state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Thank you. Lee Ray Sanderson. I'm the Deputy Secretary, Policy, Strategy and Governance in the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Cameron.
So Danusia Kirsten Cameron, Registrar General. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Sure. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Thank you. I'll start and then Ms Anderson will make a statement.
Yep.
So thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. As Registrar, my role is to safeguard the integrity of the land title system here in New South Wales. And our primary focus is ensuring that people transacting in land are able to do so safely, securely and efficiently. So in this context, e-conveyancing is a significant reform that has transformed how real property transactions are completed in New South Wales and across the country. In 2021, the paper-based system was almost completely replaced by an electronic system that is more efficient, provides greater security for customers and has a lower incidence of fraud. And importantly, this reform gives customers working in regional and remote areas the same access to property transactions as customers located here in Sydney. Every year, around 940,000 real property transactions occur in New South Wales through e-conveyancing. E-conveyancing is a national reform implemented by states and territories through the Australian Registrar's National Electronic Conveyancing Council, ARNEC, which seeks to develop nationally consistent regulation of ELNOs and subscribers. While e-conveyancing was established as a Council of Australian Governments reform, the Commonwealth Government is not part of ARNEC. Land titles registrars like myself oversee the lodgement aspect of e-conveyancing, and we consider there's opportunity to strengthen oversight of financial settlement aspects of the reform. Over a number of years, New South Wales has worked closely with other states and territories to set up the conditions for effective competition to emerge. And in this regard, we welcome the analysis by the recent Functional Requirements Review and Cost-Benefit Analysis commissioned by ARNEC. New South Wales, along with other states and territories, is considering the issues raised and the findings made in those reviews. In addition to these reviews, New South Wales continues to review and uplift current regulation through our New South Wales licence conditions. We are also working with ARNEC in its current regulatory review, and we welcome the review of pricing that is underway by IPART. Over the past 10 years, e-conveyancing has delivered savings in time and cost to participants across the industry. It has reduced settlement delays and errors compared to the paper-based system. So we welcome the opportunity today to consider issues and improvements for this important reform to support security and innovation in our land title system. Thank you.
Ms Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought it might assist the committee if I perhaps explained why I'm here, apart from accepting your kind invitation. Ms Cameron joined the Policy, Strategy and Governance Executive Leadership team late last year, and I'm very pleased to have her as a member of my team and to have the Office of the Registrar General in my group. But Ms Cameron is, of course, the Registrar General. It may be that I'm not able to be of a great deal of assistance to the committee this afternoon, but I'll be very interested, of course, to hear and follow the committee's work. There is one specific disclosure I wanted to make in the interests of transparency. I was quite actively involved in progressing the establishment of electronic conveyancing some years ago now. When the National Electronic Conveyancing Development Limited Company was established by the states, I was a New South Wales Government appointed director on that company. That company changed a lot and became PEXA. So I was a director of the corporate entity that eventually ended up being PEXA, but I ceased that role either at the end of 2010 or early 2011. I did just want to flag that to the committee. Thank you.
No, thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so I'm looking for someone to open the voting. Ms Carter.
Okay.
Thank you both for being here. This question's probably best directed to you, Ms Cameron. We've talked a lot about reliability, and your opening statement stressed we're talking about land, we need reliable transactions. I note from your submission
the requirements of the model operating requirements and your role in those. And I also note from the 2025 PEXA annual report that during financial year 25 there was a 14.8 increase in service disruptions. While none of the disruptions resulted in a full system outage, any disruption is frustrating. How do you deal with disruptions that aren't full system disruptions under the model operating requirements, and what conversations do you have with PEXA about these issues and reliability?
Thank you. So we seek to understand any disruption that our customers experience. As context, disruptions can occur due to the ecosystem within which PEXA operates, so it can occur through the banking system, or it may be a disruption within PEXA's own technology or one of its suppliers. In each case, we do want to understand more. We have recently, both LNOs have raised concerns about the clarity of the regulation around this. So last year, New South Wales uplifted the provisions in our licence conditions that addressed reporting of outages so that we had a better view of what was happening. And we're also working with ARNEC at a national level to make sure it's clearer. So from a New South Wales perspective, we don't think that everyone has to be affected in order for us to investigate a problem, that the fact that some people are affected is sufficient for us to look into it further.
And do you have any figures in terms of trends in reliability, whether they've been going up, going down, staying stable? How often would there be a reliability issue in any given period of a month? Any figures like that?
So over this financial year, I'm aware, I think PEXA's informed us of around 9 outages of its own system, and I think about 21 outages attributable to third parties such as banks. And if it would assist the committee, I can provide figures going back further.
I think we'd be very interested in that. Thank you very much. And so in terms of the requirements under the model operating requirements, there's a requirement for LNOs such as to report, and minimum performance levels for availability and reliability, 99.8% during core hours, 99% during non-core hours. How do the reliability issues or the partial outages that PEXA reports in their annual report, is that regarded by you as a reliability issue if it's only a partial issue? Like how do they correlate with these model operating requirements?
We take the approach of looking at the outage, and we haven't done the work comparing that to PEXA's overall statistic in its annual report, so we look from a bottom-up approach. As I've said, the figures we have are based on what is reported to us, and we have recently improved what we expect to be reported to us to provide LNOs with more clarity around it.
But have you looked at whether these 99.8, 99% requirements have actually been met?
Yes, we have. We do assess that. And when there's an incident in New South Wales, we assess it from a New South Wales level. When it stretches across to other jurisdictions, we look at it from an ARNEC perspective.
And have they been met?
This financial year, my understanding is they have been met. There were 2 incidences earlier in January or early February, and we're still assessing those. The regulation under the operating requirements permits LNOs to have around 40 minutes of unscheduled outages per quarter, and so it may well be that the outages that occurred earlier this calendar year were within that bandwidth.
And what are the consequences for the LNO?
Currently, the consequences for the LNO are that well, first of all, we require reporting and root cause analysis. If the LNO doesn't comply with those, then in New South Wales we can take enforcement action, and that extends to a remedial direction that we can give under our legislation, or accepting an enforceable undertaking, and then the enforceable undertaking if breached we can apply to the court in relation to that arrangement. Currently, at a national level, ARNEC is also continuing to work on uplifting its national enforcement regime, which would have a similar approach.
And have you ever had cause to issue a remedial direction?
We haven't yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fang?
I've got questions, but I'm also happy if...
You go.
Yeah, you go.
Sure? Okay.
I'm sure we'll do merry-go-round anyway.
Ms Cameron, thank you for appearing today. I'm sure you've been following both today and last hearing. I guess the first question that I've got is, do you believe that PEXA has been operating in good faith in relation to the requirement to open up its system, provide the opportunity for other players to enter the market, for competition to be provided in the e-conveyancing space?
So since 2019, when we began the work around trying to enable effective competition in the market, PEXA has attended, to my knowledge, all of the workshops and working groups that we requested that they attend. Specifically, kind of a key point was in 2023, when we were doing really detailed work on the scope. And so there was workshops with PEXA and simply over a couple of days in person to develop the scope. And PEXA contributed at those. So I can't form a view on that, other than to say just based on the conduct that they have engaged when we have asked them to.
You can engage, though, without actually acting in good faith. That's correct, right? So do you think that they've acted in good faith in their engagement in relation to the meetings around opening up the system and providing opportunity for competition to join in the e-conveyancing space?
PEXA has provided us the information that we asked them to provide. The one area where I think there was the key difference of review was around claims around intellectual property, and those were analysed more thoroughly as part of the functional requirements review under a confidentiality structure. Other than that, I can only refer to what practically happened, which was that that they responded and contributed when engaged.
So were those IP claims made out then?
So the best analysis of the IP claims is in the functional requirements review, and so it identifies, I think there's 5 areas over which the reviewers who spoke this morning consider there's a legitimate claim either of intellectual property claims or confidentiality claims that would need to be addressed or worked around in order to deliver a solution.
And how many were not seen to be legitimate? If there was five legitimate, how many were not legitimate claims?
I can take that on notice. I refer the committee to the table on page 33 of the functional requirements review, and that essentially goes through the areas that were seen as contested as part of the review.
So in terms of their engagement with the process since 2019, have they been providing roadblocks and reasons as to why they are unable to comply, or have they been constructive by providing solutions to the issues that are arising?
The way the program was designed was it was intended to be collaborative. So, for example, with the design of the APIs, application programming interfaces, between the ILNOs to develop the scope, that was designed collaboratively with our program manager and then the two ILNOs in a room. And my understanding is they contributed in those discussions. I think the context is that Simply's had developed systems more recently, and as the functional requirements review draws out, PEXA systems were more complex. So they drew that point out.
Here's where I'm having issues in understanding what's occurred. If it's the case that PEXA has engaged with the requirements, the meetings, the technical discussions that have all occurred with your department, with other players, and we're still 6 years down the track now and we haven't got a competitive open model in the e-conveyancing space, well, it's either a failure of PEXA or a failure of the regulation and the government, because it can't be both, really. So if they've, and that's why I'm asking you if they've engaged in good faith and they've been doing everything that they should be, well then the failure's on the New South Wales government and the failure's on us. Or it's PEXA. But we can't be 6 years down the track and still not have this in place. Who is at fault here?
If I could offer a third option, and that is the question of what the best model is. And that's exactly the question that the Functional Requirements Review looked at and the cost-benefit analysis. And as we've seen from evidence given earlier today, different conclusions can be drawn from those reports. And so it's important to work through the issues each of them raise carefully and almost weave them together, because the reports point in aspects of the reports point in slightly different directions. But it fundamentally, where the challenge of the reform was in early 2024, when we identified that more oversight needed to be given to the ILNO bank arrangements. So, and I think it was National Australia Bank earlier this morning that alluded to all of the messages that go between ILNOs and banks before you get to the point of settlement. And since 2019, there's been stronger oversight of settlement through the code developed by AusPayNet.
Yep.
But what that code doesn't extend to is all the behaviour that happens antecedent to settlement. And that's essentially the crux of the problem. I think that leads to the functionality issues that the banks have alluded to.
Yep.
And so the question for registrars becomes who is best placed to oversee kind of that side of the interoperability equation.
Yes.
And from a registrar perspective, that we felt that was beyond our remit. From a national registrar's perspective, that was also the consideration, and hence there were questions made to the Commonwealth Government as to whether there might be a role there.
This all seems very bureaucratic, and I'm a very simple sort of a guy. But here's what I'm seeing. Under the legislation, what is required to happen in this space?
Under the Electronic Conveyancing National Law, there's a requirement to operate as set out in the operating requirements, and the operating requirements currently have requirements to interoperate that have been waived given the reviews that are underway.
Okay.
Can I just, sorry, you...
No.
I just want to drill down into something you were saying, but...
Yeah, drill down, and then I can make my points/statements.
Okay.
Yeah. Drill away, and then I'll do
sorry,
the other thing later.
so just coming back on the question that Mr. Fang asked about, yes, you can participate, but you could sort of do the bare minimum in the process, and I think we would sort of, that's the reference to sort of acting in bad faith or not necessarily coming with good faith. Looking at you mentioned that there was the time when PEXA was claiming IP claims, and that perhaps caused a delay. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that was perhaps an issue. You've referred me to this report, which talks about at least 15 known contested items. My understanding is that 5 of those have been made out, but they're not necessarily IP claims according to this. And then there's additional contested items. Unfortunately, the report has so much redacted about it that it's difficult to get much of an understanding. But from what you understand, do you think that now that it has been reviewed, that this was sufficient reason for the delays or the difficulties that PEXA kind of put into the process?
From my perspective, 2 things occurred at once. One was PEXA's concerns around IP were raised, and at the same time, the issue of who oversees, the best way to oversee bank ILNO arrangements also manifested. From my perspective, that latter issue is the key issue. I think that the known and unknown but referred to items in the report could be dealt with, could be addressed, workarounds could be provided from a technical perspective. They might be complicated or messy, but there could be solutions to those. But the fundamental question for this reform, particularly bringing competition through interoperability, is who the arrangements between ILNOs and banks, and who oversees them, how those are managed, who develops the scope for those, who makes the difficult decisions around which items of scope are essential for functional equivalence and which items aren't. Should there be the same data standard that applies between an ILNO and all the banks? My understanding is currently there are different ones. All of these are really complicated questions that would need to be worked through, both to implement the reform but also to manage it into the future. And it's that challenge which caused governments, ministers in mid-2024 to request additional assistance from the Commonwealth, and consequently ARNEC to pause the reform and undertake further reviews to identify if there are other ways to deal with this issue.
So that's incredibly helpful because, okay, so if I could summarise them. So my understanding is, yes, there were some IP claims, claims, maybe not to the made out to the extent that was first proposed, but there are some, but they are surmountable. But the real obstacle here is in relation to that link to the banks. Now, in the summary from the ARNEC, when the reports were released, I read that as really calling for a bit of intervention at a Commonwealth level to sort out that bank issue. Is that your reading as well, and can you explain maybe exactly, ideally, what would happen at a Commonwealth level to complete the picture and ensure that we can have interoperability?
I suggest, from our perspective, we think the Commonwealth, as it is a number of agencies that in different ways oversee banks. I'd suggest that those agencies really would be best placed to work out how to work with the banks to deliver the reform, noting the context of other work they have underway. So I wouldn't, from my perspective, suggest that there's a particular requirement that we're asking of the Commonwealth, and rather I would say here's the issue we are seeking to solve, and we would seek their assistance in addressing it.
Can I jump? No, sorry, this is now, I think we're at the crux of it, right? So we've effectively narrowed down, to your point, what we think the problem is. The question that screams out at me then is that, well, we've got currently a monopoly and the banks. Who is responsible if there's an issue there? Because if it's the case that we've got another player coming in and we're talking about the information flow between the LNO and the bank and who's responsible for that, there's got to be somebody responsible for that now. So who is responsible for it now, even though it's a monopoly in the banks?
So there are currently two structures in place. First of all, both LNOs use the Reserve Bank's RIT system, so that's the mechanics for affecting payment and trade and settlement. And separately, there's the industry code that I mentioned earlier, which is between LNOs and banks, and it's in the process of being set up. And that focuses on, it really codifies issues around things like misapplied and unapplied funds. It looks at things such as if the LNOs and banks wanted to move on to a different system other than RITs, there'd be a process for doing that. And it deals with those aspects.
But why is that any of that stopping the implementation of competition in this sector?
What neither of those elements do is go to solving the practical issues of who designs.
Can't we just formalise a data set that is going to, house address, lot number, amount settled? Can't we just standardise the data sets between LNOs and banks and everyone start working on the same system? And if PEXA's not prepared to share their system with others, well then we'll create one and we'll enforce it on them. What am I missing?
So usually at a high level that would really simplify things for the industry.
Yeah.
The challenge from my perspective as registrar is, again, where I started, we oversee the lodgement side into the Land Titles Registry. And the question is who would oversee and develop that standard? Who would make the decisions as to what messaging banks get? And it's that question that has been the challenge for the reform.
And look at us working in tandem.
Yeah, no. This is great.
Yeah, so it's not that it's technically impossible. It's that the technical or the practical side on that link between LNO and bank for multiple LNOs for the interoperability hasn't yet been solved. Is that because of a lack of willingness from the banks? because they've not been required to. If we were to require, if someone was to require the banks to have to solve that in the absence of having an independent protocol that everyone had to buy into.
Well, let me take a step further on that question.
Hang on, just let me finish the question though. So, is it just the case that they haven't got to that yet? So the LNOs can be doing things, but all the time the banks aren't producing what they need to and investing in that process. Then we're not going any further.
Yeah. So the situation with the challenge of LNO bank oversight is a situation that kind of crystallised in 2024, and then caused us to undertake all the reviews. And so, and that's where we are now. So the reviews have drawn out issues and challenges with this structure, with other structures.
So, sorry, can I just take a step sort of back, but not really? At the moment, we have a monopoly provider who is able to communicate with the banks, with the land registry, with everybody else, and whatever data set they are operating on seems to be universally accepted by everybody. Is that correct? PEXA can talk to everybody.
It's developed ways to communicate with each of the financial institutions.
Okay, so PEXA's developed it. Now they're saying we're not going to tell you how we talk to everybody else. Is that where we're at? In simple terms? Remembering I'm a simple guy?
I think
we're keeping IP over how we talk to the banks and the land registry, and we're not going to tell you what the code is.
So in terms of relationships between LNOs and the land registry, the NECDS Limited owns that data standard, so that's a government.
And they're suing you about the dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then, in terms of LNOs and banks, I have almost no visibility over how those arrangements are done, knowing that it's through the Reserve Bank's RID system, and we've got the Conveyancing Industry Code through AusPayNet.
Yep.
After that, my understanding is there are separate arrangements with banks. They've been designed over time, as the banks mentioned, to support efficiency around settlements, to achieve many more on-time settlements, on-date settlements.
Yep.
And
I don't think you're quite answering the question that I'm asking, which is that the data set exists. PEXA can talk to, if it's settling between NAB and CBA, it can talk to both banks through PEXA and communicate that this lot number, this address, and this lot number, this address, this money from this bank is going to this bank. It'll all talk and it'll work, right? It effectively owns the way that it communicates, and the banks are saying that, might have our own different system, like it might use a 7-digit thing to CBA, but might use an 8-digit thing to NAB, I don't know. But that sounds like you were saying that they've each got their unique ways of communicating to each bank, but effectively PEXA owns that code and knows what it's sending to each bank. It's withholding it, and even though it knew in 2019 that we were seeking to have competition, it continued to develop and delay to the point now we're at 2026. It has evolved so much that even we don't know what the code is now. They're the holders and the keepers of it. It's your job as the registrar to make sure that we have competition. You oversee that. You give them a license to operate in New South Wales. When are you going to pull the lever which says you are going to open this up and you are going to allow? Well, I didn't say push the button. I said pull the lever. This was, we can argue about the terms later.
Come on, you were getting to the question.
Yes, I was. I really was, and then he had to interrupt. It's your responsibility. You are the person with your hand on the lever to say, open up the code, let's go, or you won't have a license. And I understand that there'll be issues and problems, but at the moment, they are operating with impunity. They are ignoring you. I know you said that they've been operating in good faith. They left for 6 months in 2021, which you didn't mention. Like they completely disengaged from the process for 6 months because it suited them. They've done every trick in the book to not actually open up and provide competition. You are the only person in this state that can make them do what they have to do. Are you going to do that?
So to clarify 2 points, one is the data standard to deliver interoperability through Direct Connect would, as it applies to LNOs and banks, would need to be developed. So it's not a matter of picking up what's there; it's a matter of designing something.
But it already exists because it works now.
There's a data standard that works now for a single LNO with a bank, but my understanding is that a different data standard would need to apply to allow for interoperable transactions between LNOs for LNOs and banks.
Why would it? Why can't another LNO use the same data standard that the current LNO is to talk to a bank? That makes absolutely no sense. I'm sorry.
I think, sorry, it's becoming a conversation now, but I think the point is, we were talking about before about having a protocol. I think that protocol would be based on that, but it will obviously need to be expanded to also allow the interoperability. But can I just clarify that question?
Can you just clarify that, and then I'm going to throw to Mr. Murphy.
Is it the case that even if PEXA was to do everything, that it still wouldn't solve the problems because you would still need the banks to do something more that they're not doing? Or could this all be solved by PEXA waiving its IP claims that it says it has? And
I think the best answer to that really is, so the issues are described as the ones we faced in mid-2024. And as a result of that, we, New South Wales and Queensland, took a step back and did a review. And then the outcome of that review was to say, actually, we need to look at these models, at the risks, at the what this means for industry, and so that's the cost-benefit analysis of the functional requirements review. Yeah.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I was wondering whether I might be able to sort of try and summarise what you're saying. I mean, you were saying you're responsible right at the very end of the process. It's the registry services that you're in control over, which is at the end of the settlement. That's correct, isn't it?
So we have a regime around what the ELN, the network, has to comply with in order to become an ELN. So there's protections around security and who can be a subscriber, and so there's a whole lot of protections designed to make the system work. And then our part really is the lodgement with the Land Registry, New South Wales LRS. And as part of our regime, we require that it meets the concept of delivery versus payment, so no one holds both the real estate and the money at the same time. So those need to happen, and that's done through the Reserve Bank RID system. So we know that far, but the mechanics between LNOs and banks and settlement is really beyond our purview.
That's right, and the issue here is that there are a large number of steps that take place between the LNOs and the banks, between banks, leading up to that part that you get involved in.
That's my understanding. It was is what the bank said this morning.
Yeah, and then what I'm wondering is, how is it possible for New South Wales to meaningfully interact with the banks and correct these problems if those steps leading up to it are regulated by Commonwealth authorities like APRA and the like? And they're the ones that have the relationship with the banks. They're the ones that have the regulatory powers to deal with banking issues. What I'm really asking is it possible for New South Wales to put competition in place without looking at this from a national framework and those Commonwealth agencies and their ability to influence the banks to deliver this?
Yeah, that's correct. I think we think the Commonwealth is and their agencies are in a better place to influence the banks to deliver the reform, including all the steps required around building a data standard, than we are.
And that's because they're the ones that regulate them at the moment. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. I wanted to turn to the practitioner first model, and the review explicitly identifies that model as a critical next step to take, and say it would estimate that it would be, say, 12 to 18 months to get it delivered. What do you need to do, or what information or action or do you need to then take that next step? Or
so I emphasise,
restart that program?
Yeah, so the reports do remain under review. I think both the functional requirements review and the cost benefit analysis also emphasise that the practitioner first would need to be a step towards a direct connect or other more complete competition solution. In addition to the reports, New South Wales and Queensland had the benefit of some workshops with Simply to go through one element of that. And our team's assessment based on those workshops is that significant further work would be to do to build out each of the elements required to deliver practitioner first. The functional requirements review also notes the need for all of industry to be engaged, and while the practitioner first focuses on offering competition to lawyers and conveyancers, my understanding is that it would also be important for financial institutions to be involved as part of that process, noting the messaging that needs to occur ahead of settlement. So there need to be a lot more analysis of the solution and engagement with industry to deliver it.
And is all that sort of happening, or does it have to come as a direction from you, or like what's holding it up?
The next step is for governments to make a decision following the reports. ARNEC is committed to publishing a decision by the end of March, so in a couple of 6 weeks. And that after that announcement is made, then the next steps will be taken to implement the decision.
So you need a direction from government, basically, is what you're saying?
I think it would depend. It would depend on the decision as to what would be needed next.
All right. Do you need a decision from government, though? I mean, just realistically speaking, you are regulator for the LNOs. I mean, we spoke, the Honourable Cameron Murphy indicated that in relation to the banks, that, obviously they are regulated federally and that's part of the issue. But in terms of the LNOs, that's you. So do you need direction from the government, or as the regulator of the LNOs, are you able to unilaterally ensure that the current legislation is applied?
In my role, I need to obviously work closely with Minister Dibb, and so we're working with him on this, and also it is a national reform, and so we need to make sure that all states and territories agree on the way forward. It doesn't, as we've heard before, it doesn't work for industry if New South Wales goes out alone on a regime that doesn't apply nationally. And so it is important to have consistency across the 8 jurisdictions.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably going to ask the same question I'm about to ask, but yes.
So why, we know that New South Wales was ahead of the curve on this. We know that New South Wales has led on this. Why does New South Wales have to operate in lockstep with every other jurisdiction on competition?
Yeah. You're not federally, you are operating for the people of New South Wales. That's your role. I don't care what is happening federally, and whilst there may be implications, you are the New South Wales. Sorry. You're the Registrar General. Sorry, that's You are the New South Wales Register General. You are operating for the benefit of New South Wales. It doesn't matter what every other jurisdiction is doing. We led on this reform. We are effectively the home of e-conveyancing. Have you used any of your enforcement powers in the past 2 years?
So I'll start by a comment on the national reform. The people in New South Wales, our stakeholders in New South Wales, we understand, support a national reform, so they see benefit in that. The reform, when it was set up in 2010 with Ms Sanderson's assistance, was designed intentionally as a national reform, and the issues that beset the reform that we've referred to earlier are issues that each registrar has. In terms of the ELNO bank arrangements, those are issues that subsist for New South Wales, but also for each other registrar. In terms of your question around using our enforcement powers, we issued a direction to each ELNO to comply with the financial requirements review because we thought it was particularly important to analyse the concerns that have been made, and around intellectual property, we designed a regime to preserve confidentiality appropriately, and so we used our enforcement powers to ensure that review could obtain the analysis it needed.
But e-conveyancing wasn't rolled out on a national basis, was it? It was done on a state-by-state basis.
That's correct. And
so why can't we now, on a state-by-state basis, implement what this Parliament has required in New South Wales, which is competition in the e-conveyancing space?
But sorry, can I just ask, because I think we're getting to the crux of it now.
Can we maybe I think Mr. Fain put a question.
Sorry.
Unless he's withdrawing the question.
I'm happy to have supplementary.
I'd love an answer to that question because it's essentially the question I asked as well.
Then I'm happy to go to Ms. Boyd, yeah.
So the reform was designed to be a national reform. The piece of legislation
but the implementation
that's correct. And so
could I comment on the national reform?
Yeah.
If you reflect on the
Can I just
what was the uniform legal system?
Hang on, there has been a point of order taken.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, we just had about 4 different questions and no opportunity for the witness to answer any of them. So if the witness could be given, as a matter of procedural fairness, 1 question at a time and time to answer them, I think that would be appropriate, Chair.
Yeah, maybe we'll let Ms. Cameron finish that answer, and then if you still have that question about the national reform, you can ask it, and then we'll go to Ms. Boyd to ask her question. So you have the talk.
Thank you, Chair. So the implementation of the reform has always been state by state. For example, it's currently rolling out in the Northern Territory and Tasmania many years after it's rolled out in New South Wales. And so, however, the competition design needs to be settled at a national level so that then it can be rolled out in each state and territory. And for the interoperability reform, it was intended that it first be rolled out under the MOS. It provides for it to be rolled out in New South Wales and Queensland first. So it's always intended, like other large projects, rather than a big bang solution, you go step by step. So the implementation would always be step by step through different jurisdictions or potentially through different dealings. But the question that precedes the implementation is what should be implemented, and that's the question that the reports and reviews have been assessing.
So the Uniform Legal Profession Law was designed as a national reform, and as I understand it to date, Queensland, Tasmania, South Australia, Northern Territory have not joined in that. That has not stopped New South Wales fully implementing that law. So why is the implementation of conveyancing any different?
I think the answer to your question is that conveyancing is inherently a New South Wales thing because it's real property here in New South Wales, but it necessarily brings in the side of financial settlement, and banks operate nationally. And that's the element that which creates a national reform. Yeah.
I think. Sorry, thank you. I think we are coming to the crux of it because when we're talking about the national reform, obviously there was a state-by-state process of putting in place going from paper to electronic, but now we've done that. Isn't it the case that if we were to hasten interoperability by the use of regulatory powers or some other New South Wales power, that would just benefit everybody. It would benefit the whole of the nation because interoperability would then be solved everywhere. So is the real issue here that given how litigious PEXA is, that for New South Wales to be the ones who are going out of their way to take action against PEXA, we would be exposing ourselves for something that really should be done by all of the states and territories together because everyone would benefit.
The decision around approaching things on a national level is really made on the basis of the desire from our stakeholders rather than a concern about regulated entities. And it is that parts of industry very strongly benefit from consistency across the country. And so while we can in New South Wales do something differently or go ahead or go alone, the strong consensus we've heard during the course of this reform since 2019 has been that it's important that it be done nationally, and so that's why we've worked closely with ARNEC on it.
But in terms of you not exercising your state powers, is that reluctance at all guided by the fact that, like, why should we be doing that when another state could?
I think the question is, how would use of the Registrar General powers benefit the reform? And if the crux of the issue is oversight of ELNO bank arrangements, there's a question as to whether that is appropriately within the Registrar's remit. So taking action against an ELNO doesn't solve that problem.
Just a final question. The PEXA claim against New South Wales at the moment, for the $1 fee that it wants to pass on to consumers rather than absorb into its exorbitant amount of money, is that for access to the same thing that PEXA actually sold for and got $2 million or something for in the first place? Is this what are they disputing? Is it the actual data standards?
It's access to the data standard between the ELNO and the Land Titles Registry. And our decision, the approach we've taken in New South Wales is to defer making a decision around pass-through until we have the benefit of the IPART report.
But they sold that, didn't they? Isn't that something that PEXA has already profited from by selling, and they're now complaining about having to pay the $1 fee?
Under the transaction, PEXA, NECDS Limited, which is a company established by states and territories to hold the data standard, did pay PEXA for those data standards. And as part of those transactions, arrangements were set up where access to the data standards is provided under a licence, and it's the arrangements under that licence fee that PEXA has concerns
So PEXA
around.
wanted to both get the sale price for it and then also pass on and get the extra money from their consumers for the same thing, effectively.
Before PEXA had sold the data standard to NECDS Limited, PEXA had been responsible for curating them, and that task is now managed by NECDS Limited. But our perspective is that questions of pricing are complex, and we welcome IPART's analysis around all the factors that we need to consider.
Sorry, you were talking about before that it's not just on the ELNO and that it is a national reform, and so you've identified that gap. So have you approached the Reserve Bank to seek their assistance in terms of, banks' financial settlement, just to see what their specific advice or assistance could be to deliver this reform?
Yes, so we've continued to work with the Reserve Bank, both at the New South Wales level and at ARNEC level. ARNEC meets regularly with the Council of Financial Regulators, so those with Reserve Bank, ASIC, APRA and the ACCC. In addition, in I think 2020, there are a series of meetings with the Reserve Bank which were concerned with the oversight of the financial settlement side of e-conveyancing. And as a result of those discussions, the CFR asked AusPayNet to set up the industry code, which focuses on settlement. But the challenge which faces, the specific challenge which faces the interoperability reform is that industry code doesn't extend to all the messaging that would need to be built into a data standard between LNOs and banks to deliver direct connect. And it also doesn't address the question of who and how would we work through the question of functional equivalence to identify what banks require to deliver services to their customers, what should be standardised, what's innovation, and those questions would need to be solved initially to set up interoperability through Direct Connect, but also into the future. And so there's this ongoing role overseeing that element of the reform.
Sorry, I'm having trouble here. So we're 2 years, we haven't really done anything. Surely you could set a date and say, this is the date that reform, it has to happen, it has to be delivered, and then if the date comes and goes, you can back it up with your enforcement powers.
Nuclear button.
Sorry?
Nuclear button.
Yeah, go nuclear.
Yeah.
But
It's a Liberal national
a lot
policy
of businesses, they don't sort of wait. They forward plan, and so they have a date in mind. Why haven't you got a date in mind to set this reform?
We're a coalition again, Cameron.
Sorry,
Ms. Cameron.
that's my question.
So the program did set dates. We worked with, the program worked with LNOs. The dates were tested by an independent, by Accenture, and so that's what we built into the operating requirements. And then we found an issue that we were not able to solve, which is the issue around scope between banks and LNOs, and that's what led us to do the reviews, which have led to the functional requirements review and the cost-benefit analysis.
Can I ask a question now, Chair?
Sure, you can.
Thank you. Kind of leads on from the discussion time we've been having here in relation to all of this, but noting that there are issues that have been identified. Actually, Ms. Sanderson, this might actually be a question for you and your experience having, I guess, been at the start of when we were talking about e-conveyancing. We've now got an issue where we've got one LNO that can communicate, and we know that it was New South Wales that was the lead in implementing e-conveyancing. Now, in circumstances where we had what was PEXA, what is PEXA, I'm not too sure what we had at the time, but we decided we were going to implement e-conveyancing, we would have said to the banks, this is the e-conveyancing platform that is going to be used to do e-conveyancing in New South Wales, we're implementing this. How did we resolve the communication between the LNO and the banks? And can't we just replicate how we did that then, now, with another LNO, if they're not prepared to share the way that we communicate between the incumbent and the banks?
My involvement was a bit earlier than when we got to that point. The board at the time I was on it was working on the business case to develop the reform. I think one of the advantages that we had at that time was a corporate structure owned by the states, but the board had representation from the banks through the ABA, from New South Wales and Victoria as the lead jurisdictions, and from the solicitors and conveyancers. So having those interests around the table and having the banks at the table through the ABA representative to drive the reforms, I think the strongest commercial interests in driving the reforms were present at the table and were part of designing them.
Right.
That I won't speak for Ms. Cameron, but that isn't the situation we're in now.
So, because I suspect you can't say it, but I certainly can, is it the case now that there is no financial benefit for the banks to change anything that they do to accommodate more competition and benefit the people of New South Wales? So they're just simply not going to.
You're correct in saying that I can't say that, but that's because I don't know. I don't know that to be the case.
Yep.
Yes.
Ms. Cameron, given that we've identified that that's effectively now, I think, the issue, how do we, short of pressing the nuclear button, ensure that we make sure that the banks are sharing their interoperability with another player, or that PEXA shares their interoperability with another player so that the communications can occur? Because as far as I can tell, if PEXA told you how that communication was occurring, and you then could provide it to another licensed ELNO, so that it wasn't out there in the ether, but it's certainly that you're holding the database and the communication, and that you are then able to provide it to another licensed ELNO, how do we force it to happen? First part of that question. Second part of the question is that in circumstances where they refuse to provide it, is there any way that they are actually in breach of their licence? And can you press that nuclear button on them, noting that you seem somewhat reluctant to do that?
So I think the first thing that needs to happen is for decisions to be made on the reviews around next steps. So that is the first next step.
But you can make a decision on those reviews. You are the regulator for the ELNO, so you can. You don't need to wait for government on this. You are the regulator as your position states. You are responsible. You alone control their licences.
Yes, so the decision is going to be a national decision. So that's the approach we're taking in New South Wales. In terms of enforcement action, as I mentioned earlier, we can take action against the banks. So we can, under our enforcement regime, we can require remedial directions, enforceable undertakings. There's a regime there. But the question is, does that actually address what we need to address? And if, as we've mentioned earlier, the arrangements between banks and ELNOs are beyond the remit of a land titles registrar.
It may not fix it, but if you're not doing anything, if you're not applying any penalties, then they're just going to continue to get away with it. Like, something needs to happen. I don't know who I need to shake.
I'll take that as a statement. I'll take that as a statement.
Ms. Cameron, if I could take you back a couple of questions. You were talking about the process you've been engaged in, and that dates had been set to provide a structure to work towards, and then this problem was encountered. Things were paused for the reports that have been undertaken. When will you set new dates to provide a structure so that the reports are considered in a timely fashion and the industry has these dates that they are working towards to achieve interoperability?
So ARNIC is committed to putting a statement out with the final decision on the reports by the end of March.
Sorry, that doesn't answer my question. You talked about dates being set to provide a structure so that the whole industry knew what the deadlines were, and a very sensible structure working towards these dates. When are you setting new dates for requiring the various steps towards interoperability to be met?
So the decision that needs to be made before any new program or dates can be established needs to be, what is the decision being made as a result of the reports? So that is the first decision,
So
and then
can I
after
just clarify that?
Yeah.
Are you saying that the New South Wales Parliament has passed legislation requiring interoperability
but you believe that as a result of reports there could be an executive decision which actually says that we won't be implementing the law made by this Parliament.
The ECNL, the law refers to implementation through the operating requirements, and so that's the decision by that needs to be communicated by the end of March. Will be clear on what is going to happen as a result of the reports, and then following that decision, you know, what needs to be established to implement would be set up. But I can't at this point preempt that decision.
If the government said to you that they don't want any reform in this area now, they don't want to enforce well, maybe, but if the government communicated to you and you said you're waiting to, you know, speak to government and understand what the minister says, but if the government says actually they want to abandon this and don't want competition, do you then abandon your legislative responsibilities around enforcing and regulating ELNOs, given that the legislation says that we have competition?
We continue to comply with the legislation.
Right.
That's right.
So then why don't we just do that instead of wait? Like, why do you need to speak to the government if we're going to do what the legislation says?
That's right on 3:30, so that will be our last question. So thank you both for your time this afternoon. I believe you may have taken some questions on notice, but there'll probably be some supplementary questions coming as well, and the Secretary will be in touch regarding them. So thank you for your time. Done. I don't